I already ran around. I just want to see what's going on since last night. Wow, look at that rain coming in. Let's take a look at that quick. A lot of rain heading toward Corpus Christi and points south. And up here as well, Galveston. South of Galveston, maybe brushing Houston. You could see the low pressure is here, spinning. And you gotta always watch out in those bands for isolated tornadoes, always. So that's the model. It looks like they're gonna get some rain at least in the Carolinas. Hopefully. It looks like they will. I was wondering if that front was going to sink that far down to the south to give it to them. It looks like it is. It's beautiful here. There's another system diving down. That's good news. At least a little something for those people down south. I mean, southwest, east Carolinas. They need it. Anyway, good morning. All right, there's a lot on Telegram waking up to. I don't know what the hell is going on here. It's funny, yesterday morning we were talking if the Houthis would do anything with the shipping, and look what happened yesterday. That was predictable. That's not surprising, actually. Unfortunately, but that's not surprising. All right, let me get all set up. What's up, Diesel? I'm just getting all the pop-outs. And we're going to have to mute this. All right, good. We're all set up. Let me enjoy my coffee. My God. Anyway, let's see what the heck is going on Telegram. I'll go to the newest because I can't even imagine. There's so many posts from overnight. Iraqi Prime Minister, we will not allow any threats to be launched from Iraqi territory toward Iran. Damn, look at all this from last night. The security of Iraq and Iran is a shared concern, and we will not allow any threat to Iran to originate from Iraqi territory. That's why you can't trust anything in that region from anyone. All right, so the president looks like he posted this. What is this now? A year ago, the United States of America attacked very powerfully the Houthis for their interference with commerce and trade by shooting at ships. Since that time and during our conflict with Iran, they have acted very responsibly. Unfortunately, now they are starting up again, shooting at 2 Saudi Arabian ships last night. Please let this truth serve to represent that if they do this again, the United States will hold Iran responsible, and that the Houthis are a surrogate and or proxy of Iran. No shit. And major military punishment will be inflicted upon Iran and, of course, the Houthis themselves, who I am very disappointed with in that they have, until now, acted very professionally and smart. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I know, I was just showing the weather, Diesel. Looks like from Galveston down southward is where the brunt of the rain is going to be. I just looked at it. Jesus Christ. People are crazy. I'm not even going to condone that in New York. Look at this. A U.S. Army veteran was filmed tearing down an Israeli flag from a private home in New York before giving a Nazi salute while holding it. And there's footage of it. And they put out his name. That's why people think it's just... I always say this. Anti-Semitism exists everywhere from all sides. It's not just one side. Unfortunately, that's the situation. I won't show the video. In respect. Alright, so I just caught up. I'm not seeing anything really... Well, there's more. I don't even get that. There's some footage that came out overnight, but I don't want to go through all the footage. Several vehicles were set on fire as a result of shelling near the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border, crossing at Abdali. And there's talk now again of Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords once this is over. That's it. It's quiet. People are crazy. Of all backgrounds, you know. And this stems back from generations, even more than that, Diesel. This is something that's existed for, really thousands of years. When it comes to the Jewish population. It's, for some reason, that's just the, historical fact on it. And it's unfortunate, that people do things like that, the hatred. But it is what it is. I am not one of those people. Thank God. Why? What is it, what is it about? I don't get, you know what I mean? I don't understand. I don't understand it. Even in this country, growing up, even like living in the city, Oh, they take away our jobs. They're in control of everything. They own everything. You know, that kind of stuff. You know? You're not crazy. Your mother had you tested? Oh my God, Bong. Oh my gosh. So, you know, it is what it is. But I'm not going to put that video on here out of respect. You know? But that's the kind of crazy shit you see on here. So, let's see what happens today now. It's early. It's their afternoon, but it's early here. Uh-oh. So this is a comment coming from after that. There is no recognition of Israel without the creation of a Palestinian state. That's what Saudi Arabia's condition has always been. Two-state solution. That's a Sheldon Cooper line. I never really watched that. I don't really watch much of anything except really sports. All of Israel is occupied Palestinian land. All Israeli cities are engineered and without roots. The entire land belongs to the Palestinians and to them alone. Here we go. There they go. They won't even... See, they'll never recognize Israel, period. Because they think the entire territory is Palestinian, so they'll never recognize Israel. That's the statement that the other side just put out. It's not just Gaza or West Bank. It's the whole damn thing. The occupiers of the entire territory. They just put that out there. And it's, I don't know if this is something that's going on right now. I don't know. Something must be coming out and they're responding. I do want to check something out. Let me see. Wow, it's going to hit 100 today. Brent crude is going to hit 100 today. It's 20 cents away. What's up, Danny? 20 cents, less than 20 cents now, 16 cents. Wait till the market's open here. Holy shit. But that's Brent. That's not Texas. Let me see what WTI is. It's got to still be in the 80s. Wow, it's at 91. I thought it would be still in the 80s. That's creeping up too. It's up 4.88, 4.93%, almost 5%. Holy shit, it's jumping. And believe it or not, that's why I said yesterday, we had the conversation before it even happened. If the Houthis were to do anything, it's going to rise the prices. People say, oh, but not here. It's a global thing. It affects the global markets. That's just the way it is. So here we go. I better gas up. I got to go to New York City next week. I got to go to New York City. I got to fill up. I'm breading and trying zucchini for lunch. Oh, that sounds good. I like stuffed zucchini. I carve it out. And I put ground beef in there, seasoned. And then I melt cheddar cheese. And I put it in the smoker or in the oven. That shit is delicious. Did you see the Kuwait board incident just now? I just seen it. Yes, I just seen it. I was just reading it. The Kuwaiti Iraqi board, I think it was. I just read that. That's crazy. Hungry. Let me see what this is. I think this is very, very short video from there. It's very short. See how short it is? It's that short. So, yeah, its images are already coming in. See, when it comes to this, a lot of the supporters of the regime love to put these videos out. They just love to. But they don't put much out of Iran, maybe because they can't, because, you know, the government is telling them don't. You know what I mean? Oh, Hungry says zucchini stuffed meat and cheese is hella good. It is. It's a Syrian delicacy? I didn't know that. I did not know that. And good morning, beneath the Carolina Pines. Yeah, but that is good. I did write a song late last night. Lyrics, AI music, but I wrote another song. It's called Tipping Point. Because I really do believe we're at the tipping point globally in a lot of ways. I'll wait a little bit before I play it. What is this now? Holy shit. Where is this coming from? There was a report by Oxfam. It's an Oxfam back report. I would like to click this to see if... Open. What the hell is this? It's a document. Holy shit, where is this coming from? This is just released. I gotta download this. PDF. This is an interesting little document and study that was published. Holy shit. Building the Gaza Strip anew. And they're saying, and there's a lot here. I mean, there's just a lot here. But the overall thing that this is outlining, this is well done. Now, I don't know if the Board of Peace has anything to do with this, but they're saying it's going to cost an estimated $72 billion to rebuild Gaza. $72 billion. That's at least what I read. I mean, I'm just putting that out there. We'll see where that money comes from. That's a little sidebar thing that just came out, but I downloaded that document. I love downloading documents. Let's see. It's delicious, Hungry. It is. Now, Vahid put something out last night. If you noticed, now I say who I use as a source. Steve is always using it. Now, I was the one that was saying it in chat. I don't say much in his chat because it's just insane in that chat room. I don't even really want to be in that chat room, to be honest. But sometimes I'll say, Steve, please check out Vahid online or check out Warfront Witness, you know. And then the others pick up on it, and then they'll keep saying, I'm trying to tip off what's going on without getting too involved in that chat. What's up, William? And I told him, check out Vahid online. And he's picked up on it. And now all he does is refer to Vahid online. It's an interesting little thing. Just saying. But he put something out yesterday that I caught my attention. I'm going to read it. It's coming from Axios. He posted this overnight. U.S. deploys B-1 bomber as tensions with Iran escalate. This is coming from Axios. U.S. officials said that the U.S. military used long-range B-1 bombers on Tuesday to strike targets associated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Why it matters. This was the first time the U.S. has used the B-1 bomb on a mission against Iran since tensions flared up 12 days ago. The use of B-1 bombers, which can carry 24,000-pound bombs or dozens of cruise missiles, signals a significant escalation and expansion of the U.S. military campaign. B-1 bombers can fly at supersonic speeds at high altitudes and carry the largest payload of any bomber. As the U.S. military presence in the region continues to grow, President Trump is reportedly considering returning to a broader military campaign against Iran. U.S. and Israeli officials said this could happen within days. The B-1 bomber mission began from a base in the UK. Remember I said that morning? And some people are saying, oh, that could just be... They're coming probably from the United States, Texas, whatever. I didn't say that it was going to happen. But there was a lot of chatter and the video of the B-1 over a base, taking off from a base in the UK. I think it was Fairford. It ended up being that they did use those. The B-1 bomber mission began from a base in the UK and was tracked by online aircraft tracking websites. CENTCOM did not mention the B-1 bomber mission in its statement on Tuesday about the attacks. The statement said that the U.S. assets targeted military operational centers, naval capabilities, aircraft storage facilities, drone storage facilities, and military logistics infrastructure in Iran to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It is unclear what specific targets the B-1 bomber struck and whether the mission was more effective than previous attacks. During Operation Epic Response, the U.S. conducted several B-1 bomber missions targeting missile bases, command centers, weapon storage facilities, and air defense systems. Current situation. Despite the increased U.S. military activity, the Iranian government does not appear to have changed its position on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran continues to launch attacks against U.S. bases in the region. Some U.S. defense officials say that Iran's military capabilities in the area around the Strait of Hormuz has been significantly degraded, while others say Iran is still capable of attacking ships in the region. President Trump on Wednesday threatened to bomb Iranian infrastructure, including facilities in Tehran. If Iran attacks more ships, we remember he put that post on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, about that. Iran responded by threatening to target infrastructure in countries bordering the Persian Gulf that are allied with the United States. Broader context, also on Wednesday, Houthi rebels launched the first attacks on Saudi ships. We know that. A U.S. defense official said that the Houthi attacks, which came after a period of relative quiet, may have been provoked by Iran. The official said that Iran is seeking to create a new front in the Red Sea, in addition to the Persian Gulf, and to put pressure on another vital international oil shipping route. Several commercial ships were seen changing course on Wednesday as they passed through the Red Sea, apparently to avoid the Houthi attack. What to watch? U.S. officials say that Qatari mediators are... U.S. officials say that Qatari mediators are still in talks with the U.S., Iranian, and Omani officials to try to reach a new agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to de-escalate tensions. A regional source said that Iranian leaders have rejected the latest proposal put forward by the mediators. It is unclear how long President Trump will give diplomatic efforts to succeed. In a speech in Georgia on Wednesday night, last night, they are under tremendous pressure and they want to make a deal. That's market manipulation. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's a market manipulation statement he made. I don't know how much longer that's going to fall and that's going to manipulate the market. But he continues to do that to try to manipulate the markets. Here's more. But I say they are not ready to make a deal because every time they make a deal, they want to change it. And they want to do everything differently. They are not ready. They will be ready very soon. So that's it. That was from Axios. So I think the plan is to apply as much military pressure not necessarily that this worked before, to have Iran capitulate and come back to the table to negotiate. Because J.D. Vance alluded to that with Joe Rogan last week. So they're still talking about negotiations for a deal. Yes, I can see chat. So that's what Axios put out. And the supporters, the media supporters, outlets for the regime reposted that. So I was like, wow, I didn't see that, Axios. And I apologize sometimes because Rumble is one of those things. It's like people watch and lurk, but they don't participate in chat, even though I put the pop-up. I have a few friends in Canada that show up in there, Doretta, but, like right now I'm on YouTube as well. I have quite a bit of friends in YouTube. I do have friends on Rumble too, but Rumble is quiet. Unfortunately, that's why I understand what you're saying. Can you see your chat finally? I get it, and I apologize. Anyway, let me get back to what they're saying here. So, I think, but now this whole Houthi thing, that adds a whole different equation to this. Oh God, the Revolutionary Guard just put out a statement. This morning, in the 26th wave of Operation Victory 2, and under the slogan, I'm not even going to read their fucking slogan, and as a tribute to the visitors of the pilgrimage, which they're referring to, because last night there were reports of strikes in the crossing in Iraq and Iran. Actually, two of them. The Revolutionary Guard forces launched a combined attack that destroyed a specialized American electronic warfare unit at Al-Qadir base. The residents of the members of this unit were also targeted, resulting in the deaths and injuries of a number of them. Every time they put this out, I don't believe a freaking word, because that's all they do is lie. We attacked the ship and sank it. They lie so much. All the time. So I don't take any value, any worth, any credibility to that. Zero. So it's what, Thursday? Tomorrow night, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Tomorrow night, you might see a serious uptick. It might be, it's been kind of going up. And it's weird. They seem more like love taps and love slaps. At times it looks like they're hitting them kind of hard. At other times it looks like they're not hardly doing anything at all. But I think we're close. We're close. They're still building up a lot of things. They're sending in the B-1s. More's coming in. Logistical support. Planes. Tankers. I think something is coming. And it could be this weekend. I believe he's going to hit them hard. That's just my opinion. Now the question is, what are the Saudis going to do? Because he just threatened the Houthis. If they target another ship, the United States is going to take it out on Iran. Because we know that, just think, where do the Houthis get their military supply from? And funding? And even personnel from Iran. That's why people say this isn't just about Iran. Now, this is about the region. They threaten the region, the entire region, but it's up to these Arab countries to step up and do something about it. Instead of just cowering and making statements and words, action. These proxies, Iran don't understand anything else except for force. They will deem you as weak. You're just doing words. What's up, Astro? See, Doretta, that's one of my friends that comes in on Rumble. You got to do action. They deem you as weak. All you're doing is talking. You know what I mean? As soon as the stock market closes tomorrow, or even the oil markets, I don't think the Dow is necessarily a concern. It's more about the oil. Yes, we're just throwing jabs right now, but I think the big uppercut is coming, and then the knockdown, personally. And Iran is going to reel. They're going to reel. But will they capitulate after that? That's the question. Can simply bombing away make them capitulate? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out, right? So we'll see what happens. But, there's talk about, and it's crazy. I'm hearing all this talk about, will Israel, because it's interesting, there's Israeli ships going through the Red Sea, but the Houthis aren't targeting the Israeli ships right now. They're targeting Saudi ships. Will they expand on that? So now the president not just threatened Iran based on any more ships getting hit in the Strait, they're also threatening Iran indirectly, but directly too, you could say, that if the Houthis attack any more vessels in Yemen, in the Strait near Yemen, they're going to hit Iran hard for that too. So now we have to see how this plays out. So it's not just the ships in the Strait of Hormuz, it's also the ships in the Red Sea, whether they're exiting into the Gulf of Aden or entering, most likely exiting, but it could be entering into the Red Sea too. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this shit develops. And I truly believe they'll do another love tap tonight. But tomorrow night, it could get interesting this weekend. I'm not saying it's going to happen at all. But the way things are looking, I don't know. And the Israeli question is really interesting too. It's funny because you could see that the Houthis are strategically, if you want to call it, not targeting Israeli vessels at the moment. Iran is not targeting Israel at the moment. It's like they don't want Israel to get involved. Have you noticed that? At some point, maybe they will. But right now, it's like they're avoiding Israel. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if secretly the Saudis and the Arab countries are working in tandem with the United States and Israel on a plan. We don't know. That doesn't mean it's not happening. Like a coalition. Could you imagine that? A coalition between all these countries against Iran? Could you imagine Israel launching strikes against the Houthi forces to help Saudi Arabia? They've done it. Well, they haven't done it for Saudi Arabia, but they have hit the Houthis before when they launched at Israel. This is going to be interesting to see how this develops. I am definitely going to be keeping an eye on this. Am I saying anything? Do you guys disagree? If you disagree, please tell me. In the 50s, Doretta. How do you think this affects everyday people more than governments? Of course, that's what my song I wrote last night actually relates to. Of course, that's who suffers, the people. It affects the global community. It affects people. What these politicians and these governments do affects us, obviously. We are the ones that deal with the ramifications of their actions, whatever it is. like I said, right now, WTI oil is over 90. Brent crude is about to hit 100 if it hasn't already. So the markets are already reacting to what's going on in the Strait by Yemen. That's 7% of the global supply. Most of it goes to Asia, India, and China. Now, it's interesting. The media is a joke. The media is a joke. They don't really cover fairly what's going on in Iran. I never watched mainstream media. Doretta. No. But then again, you got to be careful because there's a lot of, I don't want to say misinformation, but exaggerations. Just to do clickbaiting. You know what I mean? That, you got to be careful of that too. You try to be as objective and credible as you can. But you got to remember, this is just based on observation of what's going on that they release publicly, whether it's governments or videos or photos coming in from the region. And then you got to question the credibility of any of it. All of it. So it's just like, it's opinionated. It's speculation. Because we really, really don't know what the hell is going on. To be honest, we really, really don't. We can only observe and gather what we see, the information that comes out, statements by CENTCOM, statements from the regime, videos that come out from wherever. Are they real? When were they dated? Photos, blah, 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 blah. Propaganda, false information, misleading information, misinformation, credible information. You got to sort all this out. And even if you try to sort it out, that doesn't mean your conclusion is the right conclusion. Because it's just your opinion based on speculation. And you're trying to come up with the best possible idea or theory about what's going on. But it's impossible. It's hard to get a pulse on what the hell is going on. That's just the reality of it. So it is difficult. But the mainstream media, especially if they're, I hear the questions of the press to the president. It's like, have you seen the recent polls? How many people are against this war? Right away, cringy. Like, look, I get it. Like, there's a sentiment out there by a lot of people, whether you're left or right, for different reasons. The Democrats, of course, are going to try to run on this, like they exploit it and use it for campaign ads and tie it to rising costs, affordability, all that. I'm just being objective. And Republicans, remember, he ran on no more foreign wars, no more wars, America first. And they don't want to see us get involved in a long drawn out, because his campaign promises were not to do this again. And get us out of wars, stop wars, no more foreign wars, America first. So depending on, your political view on the situation, if you were to take that and put it together, there's probably a lot of sentiment out there that, and independents too, that they're not favorable to the war because it's affecting costs here. You know what I mean? So if you look at it from an objective, realistic way. But my God, the questions that the press ask him. I mean, Jesus, can't you ask better questions to the president relevant to the situation than that? Who gives a fuck about the polls? What are you going to do about this? Now, you can't go too specific because he's not going to answer those questions. You got to be tactful and you got to know how to ask the questions in general. He's not going to tell you what he's planning to do. It's like these are reporters that got an education to become reporters, and they sound ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? My God. So, I don't, as far as like, we're going back to the media, I don't take no much credence at all with the media. I don't care what media it is. Because there's always some kind of spin to it. That's why I give credit to a lot of people out there. And you could tell sometimes where they lean. You could tell. But again, a lot of these people are just trying to put out the information that the media is not. At all. And I give them all credit. Like I've said from the beginning, if it wasn't for Tusi, I would have never started this. I started in early January covering Iran. And a lot of the people that are in YouTube right now were part of this with me. Before the massacre happened on the streets of Iran. We've been here dealing with this a long time. So, we have been paying attention to it. Do you know how frustrating it is that the media wasn't covering this at all at points? At all. At all. And then when the shit hit the fan on February 28th, I think it was February 28th, then they all started covering. CNN is in Tehran. Then they start covering it, but they're not telling you what led up to this point. They spent maybe 2 minutes talking about it before all this happened. But now that there's actually a conflict going on, now it's got everybody's attention. But you didn't tell the people, you didn't inform the public on how we got here. Because people are busy. And another thing too, out of respect, people have short attention spans and they forget. We're busy with our lives. We have a lot going on in our lives. It's hard sometimes to pay attention to one specific thing. But then when it starts affecting our lives, like the prices are going up because of things, then people start to pay more attention. Actually, I did that on Chat GPT, the banner. Doretta. The banner. Yeah. $98 to fill up this morning because the news is entertainment and have an agenda. Yeah, I can't. I can't do it. I hear you all up in your diesel. Never really came down in price as it's always small fortune to fill up. Actually, even in this terrible taxed state of New York, because gas is taxed, that's part of the revenue for the state. And some states are a lot lower, some are higher. Prices did come down by like 30 cents. Now they're up again. But they're quick to go up. They're slow to come down, to trickle down. So I understand what you guys are saying. Now Pete's like, I have 120 miles left before I need to fill. But when I go to the city, I'm in trouble because that's over 200 miles that I got to travel next week. So I'm actually, I went out already, but I might have to go out again. I'm monitoring because they're quick, like I said. If shit starts to hit the fan, the next day they're out there and changing the numbers on the pumps. I may have to fill up today. Because if the shit hits the fan, let's just say, God forbid, we hear today that the Houthis are firing at more tankers. There's no movement going through that strait anymore. I don't know if there's any movement going on through it now. I haven't checked. Prices are going to go up. No matter. So I got to pay attention because It adds up. Like people are saying, how much does it cost to fill up your tank? Good morning, Moses. And Tammy and Chantal. And Napi, all up in you. Thomas. Where you got the alien, where you get that alien behind you, a few years ago at Home Depot during the Halloween displays that they sell for Halloween. It was a 1 year thing and I never saw it again. I want more, but I can't find any more with an alien. This was a Halloween purchase at Home Depot years ago. It's amazing. I should have bought two at least. I think Trump gets off on a technicality. We are not at war. Yes, Congress has declared war. Historians will probably call it armed conflict. Remember, he submitted a couple of weeks ago the 60-day extension. It doesn't matter. Like, it hasn't happened since World War II, the War Powers Act. The president is going to act, and it's going to happen. Forget about Congress. Forget about all that nonsense. To me, that's irrelevant because it's still gonna happen. So Israeli artillery bombardment targeted some area in southern Lebanon. Oh, here they go displaying their missiles again. They're sick. What's this one say? Something about pilgrimage. You gotta remember, for them, this is a religious war. This is a holy war. This is jihad. Remember that. For them, this is a holy war. For them. It's not just a conflict. It's a holy war. They want revenge. They want blood. Signing of a memorandum of understanding between Iraq and Iran for the construction of a railway line from Kermanshah to Khosrow. Okay, and this is what the other side is saying. So what? Good luck if that even gets built. They just throw shit out there just to cause confusion and try to see if things stick. That's how they do. I'm not even going to read that. Alright, what is Vahid putting in here? I read that already. Alright, so I'm just going to share it because they're spreading it all over, so I might as well show you guys too. Because they're going crazy with this. You know, they always do it. Every time the president posts on True Social in relation to Iran, they're all over it. I'm going to screenshot it. Okay, I got it. So this is what they're running around with. The president's post on Truth Social. Like they always do. So he posted this almost 2 hours ago. A year ago, the United States of America attacked very powerfully. Alexa, stop! A year ago, the United States of America attacked very powerfully the Houthis for their interference with commerce and trade by shooting at ships. Since that time, and during our conflict with Iran, they have acted very responsibly. Unfortunately, now they are starting up again, shooting at 2 Saudi Arabian ships last night. Please let this truth serve to represent that if they do this again, the United States will hold Iran responsible, and that the Houthis are a surrogate and or proxy of Iran, and a major military punishment will be inflicted upon Iran and of course the Houthis themselves, who I am very disappointed with in that they have until now acted very professionally and smart. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Alexa, stop! So he's warning them. You strike another ship, and you know the ones that support you over there, we're taking it out on them. So now he's threatening Iran if they strike shipping. This was another post he did yesterday. In the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to target bridges and or infrastructure and in or around Tehran. And now he's posted this about the strait near Yemen and the Red Sea. That if they fuck around, I hate to use that language, you know, the people that you love so much and that support you, we're going after them. How's that? We're taking that out on them. And we'll deal with you too. So again, today, this could be interesting to see how the day develops. Will any other ships, other ships are traveling through. It's Saudi vessels they're targeting. But I also read that it's any vessel that stops and loads at the Saudi port. So is it going to be exclusive to Saudi ships, Saudi flagships, or will other ships get struck as well by the Houthis? Something to pay attention to. And you knew the Iranians at some point were going to say, okay, that Houthi sick, that person that you see him with the glasses, you ever see that guy? It's insane. You knew at some point Iran was going to try to trigger this to happen. One of my coworkers is a young Iraqi woman. She hates the IRGC with a passion. What's up, Adam? I'm Brother Kyler. Yeah, that's another thing with the Pakistan-Saudi pact, defense pact. An attack on one is an attack on both, or an act of aggression. Well, isn't this an act of aggression? But there's more. I mean, I don't know. The devil's in the details. Is it territorial that they strike Saudi Arabia, or is it Saudi Arabian assets? Is that part of it? Striking a tanker? Is that, you got to look at the details of the writing of the deal to see if that's actually the case. But that's an act of aggression against Saudi Arabia. But is that in the writing of the deal that they had between them? I don't know. I haven't done the research to look into the fine details of that agreement. But that's an interesting question. Somebody put in there. Bongwater. I don't know. Because I really haven't researched that. Maybe somebody can at some point, or maybe I will later. But right now, I have no idea. I did share the article that showed that deal that they made. I think it was last year. But I don't know the specifics about the deal. The agreement between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. Have you noticed businesses cutting back recently, or is it just the media making it seem worse? It depends. The media always exploits and tries to use fear porn for whatever they're propagating out there. Whatever narrative agenda that is driving them, they use it. By the way, what do you do for a living? I don't want to necessarily get into that, Doretta. I don't do this for a living. I don't do this for monetization. I can tell you that. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think tonight would be another love tap or a love slap, but tomorrow night, when the markets close, tomorrow night could get interesting. I may be wrong. A lot depends on what happens today, because the president won't hold back. I truly believe he's not going to hold back. I mean, how long has this gone on? The ceasefire nonsense, 3 months plus, trying to negotiate. And he said it last night, they're not ready to make a deal, but they will soon, very soon. He said that last night in Georgia. What does that mean? I guess we're all going to find out. But again, a lot depends on the actions in the region and the escalation. Because just because I say it might happen tomorrow night after the market's closed does not mean that that's going to wait for that to happen, because shit could make it happen sooner. We gotta see. Like right now, what time is it? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5:37 p.m. in Iran. So it's almost 6 o'clock in the evening in Iran. Another night is approaching. It seems very quiet right now, other than that Kuwaiti Iraqi crossing that was targeted. Other than that, in the recent hours, I'm not seeing much. So right now, it's like a wait and see approach. We see what happens here, but it could escalate really fast. And then there was and I don't think that Steve caught it last night. He didn't. He thought it was the same thing they've been posting for days. There's actually more to that. I'm gonna try to see if I get it. Oh my God, there's so much here. Let me try to grab it. It's the State Department. Oh, they just put a new post. Hold on. Travel. I'm not finding it right now. I think it is this one. If anybody has the link to that, let me know. Good morning. Rosa? Trying to find it. Because they issued, here we go, current. Latest travel. It's high, but that's not the latest one. I can't find the site. Does anybody know the travel site for the advisories? I think it might be. That's not it. It's the State Department. Department of State. I just gotta find it. Travel advisories. Okay. Okay, let's try Saudi Arabia. It's a level 3. This is old. I'm trying to find it because it had interesting language in it. Wasn't the normal language. It was changed a little bit. I'm gonna play my new song too in a second. Only Will has heard it. I'm at USA. Travel documents. Travel. I mean, they're not making this easy. To be honest. Am I gonna watch the... Ryder, what was that? I didn't see that. Am I gonna watch what? See, I'm at travel.state.gov. I'm trying to find the latest advisory. Because the language was interesting, to say the least. View alerts and message archive. Okay. This was now I'm there. I gotta bookmark this so I don't have a problem finding this again in the future. Oh my God, that was a pain. So this was yesterday. And it's funny because this is just Israel as an example. This is the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. This was yesterday. I could put it up on the screen. I'm looking at individual countries' warnings just to see. Look at this. Travel advisory for New York City. Isn't that at 1 o'clock, Carolyn Levitt's press conference? Probably not, because she talks about all kinds of stuff. Look at this. This is yesterday. U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is closely monitoring reports of a spike in violence connected to rivalries between Israeli organized crime groups. Attacks are reported to have involved hand or stun grenades thrown at private residence vehicles or businesses. What the fuck is this? That is bizarro. Uh-oh. Let me get that off the screen. I don't know if I want to take a chance of that. Not at all. But that's odd. What's going on with that? Let's look at this one. Because I think this is the one I'm referring to, but I just wanted to see that Israeli one. Okay. This is what he did not see. This is not what Steve saw. This is what I seen. Check this out. Check this out. Look at what... This is different. We know this. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Iranian groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or at locations associated with the United States and Americans throughout the world, including U.S. businesses and other institutions. This is a little different. What does that mean? Americans outside the Middle East should reconsider travel to and throughout the region. But this right here, U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, so not just in the Middle East, have been targeted have been targeted. Iran and groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or at locations associated with the United States and Americans throughout the world, including U.S. businesses and other institutions. What the hell is that? Outside the Middle East, throughout the world. They must have, they must be seeing some red flags as far as credible information that there's chatter out there to threaten other things. So it's not just travel to the Middle East. And Americans should be careful traveling wherever they go. Because these jihadists are everywhere. Of course, including here. So just be aware. I'm not trying to be an alarmist. Just be aware of your surroundings, especially if you live in a more populated area. That's all. Because that and other institutions, so U.S. companies and other institutions. Thank you, Diesel. No, I don't use it, Doretta. I tried and I got frustrated with it, to be honest. Let me see what Diesel is sharing with us. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Diesel. This was driving me nuts to find it. Travel.gov. Travel.gov. That's where I was just at. And I just read this. But this is what I found important right here. Right there. That's what that caught my attention. For real. Because I didn't see that before. May target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. Even including outside, that's something to really be paying attention to. I'm just saying. Just be aware of your surroundings. Especially like I said, if I used to live in New York City and shit used to go down all the time in Times Square. See, that's why there's such a police presence in Times Square. Vehicle parked. Like I said, just be careful of your surroundings. Well, I'm not going to Kroger. Cool hand look. I'm going to the city next week to see a concert. I'm like, oh shit. Oh my God. Thank you, Doretta. You could leave a comment and put your information there, Doretta, if you want, in the comments area on Rumble. But, I have my little connections as well. I'm just saying. But I appreciate that. So something just to pay attention to. And thank you, Diesel, again for sharing that. And I'm actually going to follow this travel.gov. So I have it. Let's see what Shin is up to this morning. Anything. And I'm going to play my song soon. I already put the president's post. Oh, we may have gotten one. Shin is reporting this. U.S. strike on the regime's army, Artesh, telecommunications site in Shalamshay, killed Captain Amir Mohammed Salemi. and the Kazakhstan province. This is what Shin is reporting. All right, this is interesting. I didn't see the president post this. He must have, maybe he, wait a minute, time out. Shin just put a post 2 hours ago? I gotta see this. What did the president post earlier? Yeah, he did. This didn't catch my attention. This was at 7:52 a.m. this morning. Because people were like, oh, he's going to allow enrichment now in Saudi Arabia? Well, he kind of cleared that up this morning. The civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material being made between the United States Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use such as the ones that Iran and UAE and others already have, will be approved, but it's totally subject to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil, non-enriched nuclear facilities. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right, but wait a minute. He mentioned Iran in here, which pertains only to non-military use such as the ones that Iran and the UAE and others already have. So is he going to allow Iran to continue to have non-military use nuclear plants? The United States is not opposed to civil, non-enriched. That's the key. So is this something Iran will have to abide by too? That's interesting, that post, actually. He's actually referring to all the... there's been a lot of conversation about that enrichment in Saudi Arabia. The deal that they allegedly made for 30 years. But a lot of people are saying, oh, now he's going to allow enrichment to be done in Saudi Arabia? Well, that kind of clears it up. That might be the same thing I'm looking at now, Diesel. It is. Diesel, what are you, reading my mind? It's the same one. Oh my God. Not really, Doretta. So yeah, that's a little interesting. It's funny though, Diesel, what's going on? Reading my mind now? Oh, they're showing more satellite imagery, allegedly, of damage done to a base in Kuwait following the missile attack from Iran. Yeah, okay. They're showing a drone strike by Israeli military in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, I mean, this is what they're putting. This is what they're putting out right now. I don't know what the hell that is. Oh shit. Reuters claims that Iran sent leaders of the Revolutionary Guard and equipment related to missiles to the Houthi rebels in Yemen this month. And I was saying this yesterday. Is that why the Saudis targeted that airport? Because they knew they were on, some of these individuals were on that plane? It still landed in another airport in Yemen. And they were celebrating when they landed. There's the connection. The IRGC was sending personnel to Yemen. And probably on that plane, the Saudis' intelligence knew that some of these individuals were coming in, and they tried to prevent them from landing. They still landed in Yemen in a different, like I said, in a different airport. But is that the connection? It sure seems that way. Oh, it finally hit 100, Brent. I agree, Cool Hand, Luke. I agree. Interesting. Makes sense. It's funny how things add up after the fact. When you piece things together. I'm not saying, oh yeah, it's officially over 100 now. Brent, it was 99.80 last I checked. It is officially over 100 again. And going up. And climbing. At least from like an hour ago. Oh. And WTI is over 90 last I checked. So here we go. This is what Iran wants too. They want to see the oil prices drive up. Shit. WTI is going up. Now, when this hits over 100, then I start to pay attention, like more. It's climbing, but I'm not just gonna stare at it. See what it closes at the end of the day. Knesset member, we are heading towards a new attack on Iran, and it may happen at the end of this week. I was saying that, Smokey. Tomorrow night, markets close, shit might go down. Not saying it will, but there's a lot of indicators. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how this all plays out. Again, a lot depends on, will the Houthis target more ships? Will the Iranians target more ships in the Strait? Is the president going to carry out on what he said in his posts? That he's going to hit Iran hard either way? Whether the Houthis do it or the Iranians do it and start striking vessels? That he's going to hit them really hard? Let's see if anybody tries to push that button. Because the ramifications after. What will the United States response be? What will the Iranian response be after that happens? Escalation, 100%. Will Israel get dragged into this? Will Israel act unilaterally with the United States? Will Israel act, not unilaterally. Or will they act unilaterally on their own? Would Iran be crazy to start launching against Israel? We're at that point. Makes sense considering they are just reopening all the shelters they are preparing. Border crossings damaged via Sentinel satellite. Let's see. Thank you, Diesel, as always. So, significant damage was sustained at the Shalamchah border crossing between Iran and Iraq after it was hit by U.S. airstrikes. And of course, you know what they said last night? That it was reopened for traffic. So, and you know what? You guys remember when that convoy was coming in from Iraq into Iran with all the Arab proxies coming in to terrorize the people of Iran on the streets? And we didn't do nothing about it. Remember that? We seen that going on? There's a lot of the support coming in from the proxies into Iran. or vice versa. That shit has to stop. Israel is definitely itching, Smokey. Oh gosh, yeah. You're 100% spot on in your comment. Israel is itching to strike Iran. As soon as they get the chance, it's happening. Trump is the only thing holding Israel back at this point. Absolutely. The whole war is like a rerun of the movie The Holy Grail. Are the Houthis the night? Are we talking Monty Python now? Good morning, Marianne. And that's true too. China working with Iran. That's not, you know what I mean? We've known that for since the beginning. Yeah, I saw this. You know, and this is what Will just posted in chat. The damage to Al Salam base in Kuwait. So this is satellite imagery, before after. You notice how it's always, because that's how they do it. It's not the before and after. It's the after before. They do this all the time when they post. Oh, here we go. The Israeli drone targeted an ambulance belonging to the Islamic Health Organization. And you don't think these fuckers would use an ambulance as cover so they won't get targeted? Of course they're capable of doing that. I hate to say it, but that's what they do. That's what they've done in the past. That's what they do. Because they don't think it's going to be targeted, so they'll put shit in an ambulance. It's all PR. Oh, you hit an ambulance. Oh, you hit a hospital. Oh, you hit a school. Yes, because you use them as human shields. And that's where you store all your military, your munitions and rockets or whatever that's what you deal with. I hate to say it, but that's what they've done for decades. Yeah, you see, Iran reportedly flew IRGC commanders' missile gear to Yemen's Houthis. Now that's the Times of Israel reporting that. They're saying operations are continuing in response to the crossing strikes last night, the IRGC. All right, I'm going to read what Reuters put out. Iran flew the IRGC commanders, military advisors, and missile and drone-related equipment into Yemen. It's funny how all of a sudden Iran has all these components to even fly them into Yemen. I thought they didn't have nothing left. Or hardly anything left. Yet, meanwhile, we're hearing that there was flights going from Iran to Yemen to send them freaking commanders, advisors, and military equipment. You'd think if they were low on supplies, they wouldn't send anything to anybody. Into Yemen this month in an effort to strengthen the Houthis' ability to threaten shipping in the Red Sea, according to 4 sources familiar with this matter. This is Reuters. The sources said between 10 and 21 IRGC personnel, including senior commanders, arrived on a Mahan Air flight from Tehran on July 13 carrying missile and drone components via China, probably, speculating. Military advisors and funding for Houthi operations. So there was cash on that plane too? 3 days later, Reuters reported that Tehran had instructed the Houthis to prepare to close the strait if the U.S. struck Iranian power infrastructure. Iran has reportedly denied providing the Houthis with missile capabilities, while the Houthis deny acting as an Iranian proxy. Bullshit. Bullshit. I don't know. There's conflicting reports about the strikes that happened on Tuesday night. Who was it? Who said that? Marianne? I'm not sure. There is no clear indication what the B-1s used, whether it was cruise missiles or a 22,000-pound bomb, where they struck. It's not clear, even though you'll see other people post about all kinds of things. I have not seen, because this is the thing, the Iranians aren't going to allow their proxies inside the government or the people that on their media put any of that out there, because they don't want that out. So these folks that post on their behalf aren't going to post stuff like that, because they don't want to really show you what's going on in Iran. And neither does Iran. So it's hard to get a clear picture of what exactly is going on in Iran as far as U.S. military strikes, because they're trying to control what gets out on social media, everything else. There's a lot of assumptions and videos coming out here and there, but we're not getting a real clear picture of what's exactly going on in Iran, and haven't, because of that. I gotta check something. Not to say that it hasn't happened, it's just that I have not seen any clear evidence to back up anything. Do you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean they're getting hammered in so many places. But it's amazing. That's what I was saying. I've been saying this for days. It's amazing how they exploit putting videos of strikes in Kuwait, Bahrain, wherever, Jordan, Iraq. They have plenty of videos for that. Plenty. But when it comes to Iran, you don't see much. And if you do, it's a 3-second video clip. And you don't see the impacts exactly, because they don't want to show you where the impacts are occurring. They do either a very far view of it, or they won't show the buildings, they'll just show the smoke. It's all controlled. It's all censored. So it's interesting how on the flip side, when shit is going on in Iran, you see very little of it. You'll see them post reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas or wherever it's happening. That they'll report. But you're not going to see anything about it as far as visuals, video, or photos, much at all. Anywhere. So they try to tilt, sway, swing, spin, because they know that their own supporters are watching these accounts. So they try to purport it that the United States bases are getting obliterated. The Gulf states infrastructure, whatever. But meanwhile, they'll just say explosions are now being reported in this place or that place, but you don't see much else. So it's hard. It's hard to actually understand exactly what that, or observation, to know exactly what the United States is actually doing in Iran. Because they're not going to show you how bad it could really be. And I do believe it's really bad. But they're not going to show you that. Like right now, they're showing videos of drones hitting southern Lebanon. This is what they do. That's what they do. What's this now? Look at this. What the fuck is this? Excuse my language. Enemy media reports are discussing the thwarting of an Iranian plan to infiltrate Israel and target high-ranking officials. Like they thwarted some kind of an Iranian plan to take out Benjamin Netanyahu? I haven't seen any reports on Israeli media saying that at all. None. I've not seen that at all. But this is what they're putting out there. More. Mossad, allegedly, now this could be true. Mossad, an Iranian cell was tasked with carrying out attacks against senior officials. Oh, if this is the... See now, is this Israel? I mean, they've threatened, obviously. They have a hit list. I'm not surprised Bibi or our president, but they actually had a plot. I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what the Mossad is claiming, allegedly from them. Do you believe it? I don't believe it until I see it come from an official account. The Speaker of Iran's parliament, this is all coming out right now. They wanted to punish Iran, but instead they punished themselves by using oil at a very high price. A perfect 10-10 strategy. What the hell does that mean? They wanted to punish Iran, but instead they punished themselves by using oil at a very high price. See, that's what they believe, that by the... What did I say earlier? By the prices going up, they actually think that will put pressure on our president and others to capitulate to their demands in the negotiations, which we're not. They truly believe this in their heads. Because they want money, sanctions relief, they want frozen assets. And they've already claimed that the Strait of Hormuz will never go back to pre-war. That's unacceptable. Their demands are unacceptable. So how the hell are you going to reach a deal with these lunatics? You cannot trust them. Okay, they're repeating what I read earlier about the Reuters article about the flying in. They're publishing it. The regime media outlets, supporters, they're publishing it. The Reuters article. And now they're talking about the Mossad thing. That's spreading. That happens all the time. One puts it out and they're all working together to put it out there. They regurgitate the same shit for God knows how long. And that's what I'm a little concerned though. Cool hand Luke. Cool hand, oh my God. Cool hand Luke. I'm a little concerned of that because are they using that as a possible preemptive? A lot of people are going to reach that as a conclusion. And I was thinking about it too before you put it in the chat. I'm thinking the same thing. A lot of posts are coming out now. The Yemeni presidency in Sana'a. We will not hesitate to target any country that cooperates with Saudi Arabia. I was waiting for that. Any country that cooperates with Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? Oil? Does that now extend that? Is that a cooperation by a tanker getting Saudi oil is now cooperating with Saudi Arabia? So they're a target? What does that mean? We will not hesitate to target any country that cooperates with Saudi Arabia. What if Pakistan defends them? What are you going to do about that? Yemen? Houthis? You're threatening Pakistan? It's crazy. And it's that guy with the glasses that like Mars Attacks, the alien. He talks like that. Okay. More details coming from more Telegram accounts. Allegedly. Israel's spy agency Mossad revealed that it had foiled an Iranian plot to infiltrate a foreign cell into Israel in order to assassinate senior Israeli officials. The operation was reportedly uncovered through cooperation with international intelligence services, exposing a proxy network run by Iranian intelligence. Holy shit, they just put pictures. Service that recruited foreign nationals for attacks against Israeli targets. The Mossad said several Iranian intelligence officers and their criminal intermediaries were identified, adding that one senior Iranian official involved in the network was killed during Operation Rising Lion. The agency added that Iran continues to rely on criminal proxy networks. Remember what that alert was that I showed you from the U.S. Embassy in Israel, in Jerusalem? About the criminal? That's a connection. Possibly. The agency added that Iran continues to rely on criminal proxy networks to carry out attacks while attempting to conceal its direct involvement. And the United States, I showed it, the alert. Criminal gangs on motorcycles. And foreign intelligence, well, U.S. intelligence, it seems like it's connected because we released a statement, an advisory at our embassy, and it mentions criminal organizations. I'm just saying, I might be reading way too much into it, but that's a hell of a coincidence, no? Okay, I'm going to read what you guys are writing. I honestly think Trump needs to hit him harder. He's going to, Smokey. Those love taps ain't doing nothing but pissing Iran off. Let them use up whatever. We're going to hit him hard. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming. I truly believe it's coming in the next few days. It is coming. I may be wrong. Allegedly, IRGC threatens U.S. with 9/11 style. Oh my God. What? What's up, Josh? If they do that, they're leveled. Oh, and that's another thing people are bringing up. Why are we going to help the Saudis when a lot of those involved in 9/11 were Saudis? I'm just saying, that's been coming up a lot that I've seen. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just being objective and I'm telling you what I'm seeing. State-linked Tasneem reports that the IRGC warned, if the war continues, we will carry out regret-inducing operations that will lead to a national mourning in America. The last time the U.S. declared national mourning for an attack was September 11th. Oh, fuck. You know you're done. You will be obliterated. A threat like that? Allegedly, this is... Who put that? Thank you, Will? Diesel? Whoever put that in chat. Wow. I'll show it to you. Holy shit. I gotta look at Tasneem right now. But there's more coming out here. There's more. Ghalibaf said attempts to punish Iran have instead resulted in oil prices rising above $100 a barrel. I told you they were going to use oil as a strategic, which I think they're insane. Adding that those responsible had only harmed themselves because they're trying. That's the whole point, to drive the prices up. That's why they have the Houthis attacking the Saudi oil line or the oil supply in that strait. They want to drive up the prices because they think that will force the president to capitulate to their demands. It's not going to happen. He's going to hit them fucking hard. Excuse my language. He's going to hit them. And it's about, I'm telling you, no matter what, whatever the outcome, they're sharing that now all over the place, what I just read. What? What is this? Oh, they have an audio message for the Houthis. I'm not even going to play it. I'm not going to fall into that propaganda. God, no. Never. Like, I'm going to play that clip? I'm not seeing anything on Tasneem on X about that. Nothing. I want to go to their other media outlets. just to see what they're saying. The cray shit. I already read that. What they claimed that attacks in Kuwait. Oh shit. Now they're trying to spin it. I did see reports that they denied the latest round of the mediators' attempts to come up with some kind of an agreement. Well, now they're coming out 52 minutes ago. Their press TV news outlet. Iran's IRGC adds that the U.S. enemy has, this is 52, I'll read this one after because that's what I'm talking about, has turned to B-1 bombers flying from Fairford Air Base in Britain, warning the United Kingdom that, as officials of Iran's foreign ministry has also stated, any base used to aggress against Iranian terror is a legitimate target. Also, now they're threatening the UK bases? Is that what I'm reading? They're threatening the UK bases? The enemy must pay the price for its breach of promises, and this time we will not allow America to use deceptive ceasefires to replenish its oil and ammunition stockpiles and then resume attacks once again. Oh, so only America? What about you? Really? Oh, kind of. I don't even want to say what they're saying. An hour ago, they had a conversation here. If that's an American talking about support of Iran, that person should be treason. U.S. violations of MOU, not surprising. War against Iran to spell end of U.S. imperialism. Who the fuck is this dude? Anti-war activist. Who is this? Seriously? You're being used as propaganda for the freaking enemy? I can't take it. I'm telling you. My blood pressure's going up already. UK will shit themselves? Alright, time out. Let me read what you guys are writing. I covered that, Diesel. So now it's saying it was the cause. I thought so. So now it's like confirmation that those strikes by the Saudis at that airport were connected to that. I said that earlier. But now you put a post here that actually, well, it depends on the source here. Yes, it was diverted. Yes. So I was right. I don't know who this is, so I can't necessarily to put too much credibility in this post. I've never. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's my turn. Isn't that connected to Shin? Wait a minute. Where is Shin? Timeout. No, it's not. It's my turn. That looks very familiar to Shin. Iran flew IRGC commanders missiles. The flight was supposed to land in Sana'a, but was diverted after the runway at the airport was struck by the Saudis. That makes sense. That's exactly what I was talking about. I gotta look at Shin's account. Hey, it's my turn. That's Shin's. Hey, it's my turn. This one is, no, it's my turn. I'm following this person. Interesting. I'm not saying it's connected, but it's very similar. An account name. Just curious. Let me see what you guys are writing. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Dave. I want to try to catch up to all your comments. Israel will be in the fight by Friday because of this incident. IRGC is the gang can't shoot straight. I think you're right. I think it's going to be joint with the United States, though. IRGC flew commands. Yep, we read that. Sarah Adams has been saying that they have been planning a night. Yep. For a while now. And you know, I'm just gonna say this. The sleeper cells have been here for decades. Now, yes, the borders might have been porous at times other than, but this is not new. They've been doing this for decades. Really, as early as I can remember. So we have to really be concerned about that possibility here in our country. Just saying. It's not just from recent years. This has been going on for decades. So that is something to think about. General Sherman once said, yep, cool hand, Luke. UK will shit themselves. IGC Warren, British. I know, I saw that. Kava, I just was talking about that. The IGC takes a big game, talks a big game online, but they're creme de creme of keyboard warriors. Absolutely. I've said that many times. They launched a propaganda campaign. It's a massive campaign on social media. Massive. Our own media goes to the Iranian sources, which drives me nuts. Axios, Reuters, all of them, they all go. Now, I cover what they say just so you get an idea of what they're saying. Because there could be relevance to it. Not necessarily when they're talking about they try to strike a carrier or all that, because that's just utter freaking nonsense. But it's interesting to see what they're saying, because the way sometimes it's portrayed is, oh, the mediators are moderates. We can come up with a deal with these people. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, no, you can't. Stop it. They try to create this illusion that we can work with these people. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, look what they say. Really? No. Insane. It drives me nuts. I gotta be honest. It really just drives me nuts. I'm not gonna even read anymore what their press TV are. Let me see if their lunatic AI or non-AI person is saying. If he put anything this morning. He's another nut job. He reminds me of the nut job in the Houthis. They're very similar. I think he kind of copied from the Houthi guy. This dude. Mr. AI, or... You've seen a lot of this. What's up, Sarah? Let me see if he's saying anything. Nope. He hasn't said anything since yesterday. He's quiet. Islamic regime's parliament member, Salimi. This is what I mean. Take out all of parliament. I don't understand. You think you just took out a few individuals and you're dealing with more moderate people? Are you insane? Look what this parliament member said. If our infrastructure is targeted, we will target the enemy's infrastructure several times over. We will not allow oil to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. These are the parliament members. There's like 400 of them. There's no way I'm negotiating with these people. I'm just not. I understand that we want to end this and find a solution. But there's never going to be an end game if you try to negotiate with these people, because it's only going to rear its ugly head months, years from now. I thought this was going to be different from Obama and Biden and Bush and Clinton and all them. If this doesn't have a resolution that we can say that we gain from it, then this is just bullshit. Because we're not really dealing with the core issue here. This is going to rear its ugly head in the future, all over again. In my opinion. We got to deal with this. And if the president doesn't deal with it now, I don't know what president in the future will. Just saying. I'm going to read what you guys were saying here. They're around, ma. Yeah. The U.S. House voted 214 208 to limit. That's not gonna. Don't worry about that bullshit. It's been done in the past. Only since World War II has that ever had any validity to it. I am not worried what the House or the Senate or anybody does. Because first of all, the president will never sign it first, and then you're going to need 2/3 majority filibuster to override the president's veto. It's not going anywhere. It's bullshit. Don't fall into that nonsense, political nonsense. It's not going anywhere. UK has already been taken over, Bill. I know. I mean, I hate to use it, but why do you think Tusi wants out? And he's Persian, a conservative Persian, but with the obvious threats to him there, and I don't want to get into the details. And he's coming to South Florida. I mean, that tells you everything. That he's bailing out because he can't take what's going on over there, and it's personal, of course, too. But that's a bad sign. That he can't do something in the UK and report as a Persian, supporting the Persian people because of what's going on in the UK and affecting his personal life. That is beyond. That's horrific. He's going to love South Florida. He's going to love South Florida. Tonight is the prelude to the big event. I agree. We might see a love slap tonight, but tomorrow night might be big. I'm not saying it is. It's looking more and more likely. Exactly. Trump would veto. Exactly, Josh. Exactly. Iran sent. Yep, we went over that. Yep, we went over that. Yes, that's true too. What Kuhan Luke says about ICE, FBI, they did it here not too long ago. During his first administration, they did a sweep here, not far away to the south. They did a sweep. And I wrote the president about it. I told this story many times. I wrote to him thanking him for what he did and he should do it in other cities. And he spoke. He kind of made a reference to my letter on Sean Hannity's town hall that night. It was crazy. I've spoken that many times. I should have copied the responses from the White House. I do it now. I never thought about doing it back then during the first administration, but that's why I do have a history writing the White House. It's not just one time or 5 times. I have with the Trump administration. I never wrote the Biden administration. But I have a history. Both administrations. Just saying. Should have took them out along with the supreme leader. I agree. Israel wanted to. They won't stop Trump one bit. Absolutely not. No. Japan is selling off the bond market. Is selling off the bond market? What's up, Kenneth? I haven't checked. I'm not gonna stare at this shit all day. But WTI is approaching $92 right now. And that's what the Iranians want. I'm sure Mossad tipped off Saudis on the flight to Sana'a. It's possible. That's what I'm saying. There could be, and they've had relations, there could be more coordination between Israel, the Arab countries, United States than people realize. And it might shock a lot of people. At the end, when the dust clears, it might shock a lot of people how closely they're working together. I'm making a major assumption, but I would not be surprised at all. He doesn't care about that political bullshit. Exactly. He has to focus on what's at hand here. There are rats embedded in every country in the world now, Bill. Of course there are. Of course they are. But they've been like that for decades. Or those who have been brainwashed into. Look at how far back in New York alone, 93, where they tried to, the first attempt on 9/11. And it was the mosques in Brooklyn and in Jersey. This goes back decades. Do you know how many times when I lived in New York City there was a bomb threat, a vehicle in Times Square? And it was legit. This is not new. As a New Yorker and knowing what I've experienced down there when I lived down there 20 years ago, oh my God. It was constant. These whack jobs. Either it was organized or a lone wolf. And I hate to say it, and this is a fact. I know personally. And I don't want to get into too many because I don't want to reveal what they're doing behind the scenes. I'll try to put this as best as I can. Law enforcement is very aware about those that are imprisoned that are Muslims, to watch them very carefully. And the conversations they have. Especially if they're going to be released back into society. Remember, they're in prison. They already have a chip, to say the least, on their shoulder being imprisoned. And maybe hate toward the country. Wouldn't those be the best individuals to try to recruit? Due to that? I'm not going to get into more details than that, but I can tell you that is something they monitor, for sure. 100%. Without getting into too many details. That is a fact. I know that personally. So, even in a situation like that, even with that alone, Americans, forget about foreigners coming through the porous border or anything else. I'm talking about American, homegrown. It's just not the foreign, it's the homegrown, domestic. That's all I'm going to say. If they're coordinating behind the scenes, what about the Arab countries, Israel and everything, United States? I truly believe that's happening. And that's why the Abraham Accords will grow. Exactly. It's all tied together. If you look at the bigger picture. And again, I'm assuming, but I have to say a lot of my assumptions in the past few months have been basically spot on. Of course, I'm wrong from time to time, like anybody else would be wrong. There's no absolutes here. Fusion centers track that, all that. That does it. I am going to cry. Oh my God, load up on the bacon. Oh my God, cool hand, look, that's funny. Actually, I've been eating a lot of pork tenderloins because the prices are just cheaper. And I do love it. But I've been making a lot of pork loins in the smoker and I enjoy it. I have some in the freezer right now. I'm not making it today. But, oh yeah, bring it on. I ain't got no shame in the game. Let's have a smoke. We should do that on purpose. Like all of us make some videos or photos of us smoking pork and all that. I'm all in it. Matter of fact, now you made me think I should get some BLT for today. Maybe that's what I'll do today, some BLTs. That's right. That's right, Fred. Excellent point. Excellent point. They get converted. a lot of them convert to get protection in prison. Ordinary, they convert in prison to the, and I don't want to get into details. They get all kinds of special privileges in prison. Halal food, all kinds of things in the prison systems. It's almost like they get special treatment because of the religion. Do you know that? You guys should look into that more. It's unbelievable. I mean, I understand about the freedom of religion and everything, but there's also a point. Jesus Christ. Is the prison supposed to be cushiony like that? I don't know. The Abraham Accords is a curse to the people of Israel, to the children and all of Israel. Well, I mean, that's your perspective as an Israeli, Moses, and I'm sure there's reasons why you say that. And I don't want to get drawn out into the whole Israeli relationship with the Arab countries and how the pros and cons of the Abraham Accords. To me, I'm looking at the overall stability in the region and relations, because a lot of these countries will not ever, well, I can't say ever, well, Iran will never recognize the state of Israel. They won't. And it also includes, like the Saudis, the two-state solution in Israel. And I'm sure there's a lot of Israelis that ain't with that. Just to name a couple of things. But at least it establishes somewhat peace and relations between the countries. We don't live in a perfect world. And we can't get everything we want. They can't get everything we want. Compromise is the key here. And I don't know what the end result will be. But this can't just keep going on and on and on for years and years and years of constant violence and unrest and all this. This has to be resolved somehow. Because on the current course, it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better for anyone. Again, I don't know what it's like to live there. I don't live there, Moses. And you know how much I love and respect you. And I'm sure, you have your reasons to say that as an Israeli. And I respect that. Totally. Because I don't know what it's like to live in Israel or have been living in Israel for generations, to deal with what you guys been dealing with over there for all these years. Generations. So I cannot speak to that because I have no clue. You talk to somebody in Israel, you talk to somebody here, you talk to somebody there, they're going to tell you about their life experiences. I cannot speak on it because that's not my life experience. It's so easy for someone on the outside to talk about what's going on the inside, when on the outside, it's based on information that they gather being told through history books or media or whatever. But unless, I always say this about New York City, unless you live there, you don't really know what goes on in the city. Or I can talk about it because I live there. That's like anybody else. It's their own personal experience. I get it. And I'm sure you have very valid reasons why the Abraham Accords is not in Israel's best interest. I totally get that. But I don't want to start a conversation into that whole thing. Exactly. Prison should not be like a 5-star resort. New explosion heard on Keshem. Oh, we might be starting something. I better be paying attention to Telegram because there are quite a few posts coming out. And yes, remember, we're here for a respectful conversation and debate. As long as we don't start attacking each other based on ethnicity, beliefs, everything else, it's all good. If it's a valid debate, a healthy debate on actual talking points, then I'm all in. But I don't want to see everybody in here start attacking each other and get to a personal level. because that's unnecessary. What? Fred? Halal chicken only at KFC? Get out of here. Come on, stop. That can't be true. Is that such a thing? I've never heard of such a thing. I had a guy in jail try to take my milk. Well, the milk was warm and I got 2 extra days. You're funny, Bong. It's kosher, yeah. Well, it's similar to kosher, but it's blessed. You know, like I said, I am not going to speak on stuff that I would have to do more research on. You hear Steve say this all the time. I would have to do a lot of research without talking out of my backside on something I have no idea. I would have to look more into it. True? All right, let me see what the hell is going on here, because Will just said that there was a report of explosion in Keshem. If that's the case, what time is it? It's way early. I don't know about that. With the United States, what time is it? It's 11:30, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's almost 7 p.m. in Iran. It's still light out. I don't know. Would we do that? I don't know. That hasn't been the pattern. Oh, they're pushing this now. U.S. markets are declining amid escalating tensions with Iran. The Nasdaq fell. I'm not even going to go into their propaganda because that's what they want. They want us to say, oh, the U.S. economy is being affected. Prices are going back up. The Dow, the Nasdaq, all this shit. That's what they want. That's exactly what they want. They're sharing the same posts. And this is Vahid. Hello, there was an explosion in Keshem. The Coast Guard just fired at Susa. It was terrible. Keshem Island. We heard an explosion in Keshem. This is Vahid putting this out there. So it looks like something is going on. I don't know exactly what. But there is, Vahid is credible. As far as I know, everything he's posted has been credible, to be honest. I don't want to get too into it. Whoa. But that has to do with China. I don't know what the hell they're putting that out for. That we deployed Dark Eagle long-range hypersonic weapon to Guam for the first time during exercise Valiant Shield in 2026, giving the system a forward-based position from which much of China's eastern seaboard, including key military targets, fall within range. The deployment currently includes 8 missiles, with 8 additional units delayed until 2027, at a cost of roughly $41 million per missile and $2.7 billion for the battery. That just came out of nowhere. By the way, WTI is going up. It's now over 92. It's been going up. It's over 6% right now. It's gone up for today. I don't even know where Brent is at. It's definitely over 100. This is exactly what Iran wants. This is what they want. Brent crude is at $100.57, up almost 7%. Shin also posted it. Let me go to Shin. I want you guys to hear my new song, though. Single blast felt in Keshem. Single blast. What is that? That's not indicating to me. Could it not maybe be a United States strike? One? I don't know. Was it a countermeasure? Maybe something happened and they're launching? I don't know. We got to see more information about that. Hard to tell right now. I know Trump said we're deploying U.S. hypersonic to the Middle East, but I haven't heard it if used yet. I have not heard that either. Diesel. I know a lot of people live day paycheck to paycheck, Doretta. I get it. I get it. Is this the same post that I'm looking at now, Will? Oh, that is, when I haven't been really looking at Iran International, but this is interesting. 4 minutes ago, Trump threat to hit pickaxe renews calls in Iran for nuclear bomb. Holy shit. So now the hardliners want to develop a nuclear weapon, is that? Others stop short of openly advocating nuclear weapons, but argue that Iran should at least leave the NPT. Interesting. Many hardline social media users are now arguing that Iran should build a nuclear bomb as quickly as possible. They have also criticized officials as they describe it eager for negotiations. And again, this is not surprising. They're going after the president of Iran, the foreign minister, and Ghalibaf. A lot of their supporters, the hardliners, the regime supporters, do not want negotiations with the United States. We've been saying that forever. I mean, come on. Enough is enough. But this was Iran International's post. So his threat to strike Iran pickaxe mountain. So is that telling me they haven't yet? Maybe they struck near it to take out outer defensive or perimeter before they actually do it. Is this going to involve a special ops to go in and destroy it? Not just simply bomb away? I don't know. I don't think bombing alone is going to do anything. To be honest. It may take something else. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's the solution, personally. Hello in France. And good afternoon to you. CZ. Iran International. Yeah, I just posted that. Trump tells Israel Channel 12 he is considering a massive attack larger than anything carried out before and says he is close to making a decision. Trust me, close to making a decision is tomorrow night or this weekend possibly. Won't happen tonight if I was putting money on it. No, I do not do anything on Polymarket. But if I had to guess, this weekend could be intense. World War III Monitor reporting initial reports of an explosion heard in the Strait of Hormuz. That's what I'm thinking. This could be something to deal with that. Maybe they launched from Keshem and we struck Keshem with naval vessels, or because they were trying to strike a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. That could be connected. That's what I'm thinking. It's not an actual operation, but a response by U.S. forces. That's what I'm thinking. I think Smokey, that's what they're. I think that this is what it's related to. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out and see. Anyway, I want you guys to hear the song I wrote last night. Will is the only person that I sent the MP3 file to. And it's published. Because if I put the lyrics that I write on the screen, at least I know they're protected. Licensed. I have to do that. You never know. So I'll put the video clip of it up on the screen and just listen to it. I wrote it last night. It's called Tipping Point. It's pretty deep. It's pretty intense. And I think some of you will enjoy it. And I'm going to put my headphones on so I could hear it too. So let me... wait. There's another telegram. What are they saying now? Oh, he did. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Let's see if he did post about this. No. What are they talking about? That's not what I see. He didn't post anything. Lie. Wait a minute. Trump's tweet about Iran. I saw nothing about this. I am considering a major attack, larger than anything that's happened before, and I am about to make a decision. But somebody said that he made that comment to Channel 12 in Israel. But they're saying it was a Trump tweet. But he's about to make a decision. Oh, here it is. In an exclusive interview that Israel would join U.S. strikes against Iran within 2 minutes if he asks, but that the U.S. does not need anyone. He also warned that there would be consequences for Israeli participation in attacks against Iran. Israel will join within 2 minutes if I ask him, but we don't need anyone. There will be consequences for Israel joining the strikes against Iran. What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? They're sharing this everywhere. I am considering a massive attack larger than anything that has happened before. I am close to making a decision. I'm thinking that it would be a major escalation if Israel gets involved, and he knows that. Question, I don't know if this is true. It was addressed to Netanyahu. Is Mr. Sayed Ali Khamenei still alive? I believe he is. That's from Netanyahu. But that's not the mouse, is it? Junior? I don't know. Let me hear this. Hebrew. Wow. What the hell is going on? Do you really want me to explain to you why I don't support the Abraham Accords? No, we don't want to get into this all right now. I don't trust Arab Muslims, period. Okay. Well, there's a lot of distrust everywhere. On all sides, Moses. There's a lot of distrust. To be, objective. Faitux also posted. Hold on. I gotta shut down some of these windows. I've got a bunch of them up now. Yes, I see it. I seen it. It's pretty much the same thing. Faitux reposted the same thing. Yeah, I know, Moses, what you went through. I understand your perspective, living so close to what happened and experiencing what happened during October 7th. And of course, you know how I feel about that. My condolences to you and all your loved ones and your neighbors and your community. He was right there when all that happened, just so you guys know. So, it's traumatic. All right, here's Tipping Point. I want you guys to hear it for a second. Take a little break from this right now. Let me just get it ready. So I wrote the lyrics last night. Okay, let me share my screen. I hope you like it.
prevent our own extinction. Are we at a precipice? Are the climax before the fall? What will be the end game? Apocalyptic for all. Battle between good and evil. The final war approaches. Red flags all around us. We have reached the tipping point.
So I wrote that last night. The lyrics, at least. All right, getting back to this. What is going on? Axios Trump statement. Let's listen. We can't. It's just an article. Trump says he's close to decision on massive strike against attack against Israel? I mean Israel, my God, Iran. No call has been made and no new orders have been given to the military. I am considering a massive attack, bigger than ever before. I am close to making a decision. We are all set for it. Oh, well, that's what he was hinting at. That's what I thought. Trump said Israel would join in 2 minutes if I asked them to, but we don't need anybody to launch a new operation against Iran. He also said there would be consequences for Israel joining the strikes, hinting at Iranian retaliation against Israel. That's what he was talking about. Trump said the Iranians want to negotiate but are not ready to make a deal at the moment. They haven't received enough pain yet. We are trying, but the Iranians are not being helpful. Well, one of the people in the mediation efforts. Yeah, we went over this earlier. Okay. Trust me. He's leaning toward it. He's just not going to tip his hand. Yeah, I definitely think he's leaning toward it. Yeah, that's what was in that article, Smokey. That no orders have been given as of yet. What's up, Chris? I got something to show. Let me see. Let me see this one. The U.S. military has released video showing a stealth aircraft bombing missile sites in Tehran and Bandar Abbas. Israel force. I've never seen. Oh, but look what it says. I'm not going to show it. The video appears to be gameplay from the military simulation game Armor 3, not an official U.S. military release of stealth aircraft strikes on Tehran or Bandar Abbas. It's flagged, Chris. It's flagged. Brent crude actually is almost 101. WTI is now at 92.29. WTI is over 92 now. Yeah, I don't want to show that on the screen because it's been debunked. Like, yeah, because, you know, not for nothing, there are a lot of people think we're living in prophetic times, end times. There are a lot of people. That's why we touched on that topic a little bit in the song. That's why I did that in the lyrics, because there are quite a few people that believe that. So that's why I wrote it that way. Nothing new about Keshem. That's what I'm focused on right now, Keshem. They're all spreading the president's comments now. He's hinted at this, though. You know what I mean? He's hinted at it. I don't think anybody can be surprised by his comments, no? Maybe that he's close to a decision. But that could be just him trying to apply psychological, get in your head, Iran, that he's about to hit you really, really hard. I don't know. Exactly, Greg. That's why I wrote that song. The lyrics that way. You know? So, you know. I thought it came out well, the lyrics relating to that. Everything got quiet now. I may go out later and gas up today. Fill the tank. Jeez. It costs quite a much, just much, it costs a nice amount to fill it now. After this weekend, if shit hits the fan, or if the Houthis strike more vessels, I'm not waiting till Monday because I got to go to the city next week. I'm not waiting to fill up. I don't know if I want to take that chance. It's like roll the dice, gamble. Should I fill up now or should I wait? I think I'm going to fill up in a little while and do it now. The best time to go out here is midday because everybody's already went to work. Then like 3 or 4 o'clock, it gets nuts again with traffic because there's only one road. So I may go out soon just to fill up. You like the song? Came out perfect. God said no one knows when that time will come. Oh my God, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. They're putting it all over the place. And about the fort, they're spreading this too. Oh, this is Times of Israel. Hold on. We were talking about this earlier. Could this have any significance? I mean, how much can the Israelis take standing on the sidelines? Just saying. But they know. It's a major escalation if Israel were to strike Iran. Major, major escalation. We all know that. But at the same time, they got to think about their own sovereignty. I mean, there's a lot at stake here. What is this? Is this the video from Keshem? I don't know. Wait a minute. Oh, now they're saying God is the greatest. They always do that. Violent explosions rock Kuwait. So I'm sure that's the video from Kuwait. I don't think they're going to do the Keshem. This, not in that kind of quality. This must be from Kuwait. They're putting this out there. This is what they're putting out. This has to be Kuwait. It's too clean of a video. I'm assuming this is Kuwait. Assuming. It's what they do. They are spreading the Trump comments everywhere. They're spreading the president's comments in that interview everywhere. I'm checking. I'm sure we'll hear a response soon. Nothing new coming out that I see. Yeah, I read that earlier. Smokey, about them rejecting the latest peace proposal. It pretty much said we're not going to agree to the United States phony ceasefires only for them to have the capability to restock their ammunition and oil and all that shit. I read that earlier. But I thank you for putting that but it was mentioned earlier. So that was that video. Smoke plumes rising from the Abdali border crossing in Kuwait. So that was Kuwait at a border crossing, that video. I had a feeling it was going to be. Explosions are currently shaking the island of Bubiyan. Where is Bubiyan? Which island is that? I'm not familiar with that one. Bubiyan. Kuwait? The largest island in Kuwait, coastal island chain. Holy shit, they're hitting that. Iran, it looks like. Yeah, because that's where that tower was in the video. Holy shit, that's where it is. It's on that island, Bubiyan Island, where that tower was. That's what they're hitting. I just saw an image of the island with the tower on it. That's exactly what they're saying. Okay, now, and this could be old, but he's just reporting it. Reports of an explosion on Keshem Island, the Strait of Hormuz. That's old. I believe that's old. Because I'm not seeing any other relevant reports. That was 35 minutes ago. Shin put it out. That single blast felt in Keshem. I think he's just catching up now to it. Whose birthday? Wait a minute. Whoa. Whose birthday is it? Today's your grandma's birthday. Happy birthday to your grandma. God bless. God bless. And my condolences as well, Chris. Activation of Iranian air defenses in the airspace over Keshem. Something's going on in Keshem. Wow, that's crazy. IDF put this out. Something happened in the West Bank. A paratrooper was lightly injured in the stabbing attack in the northern West Bank earlier, according to the military. The Palestinian attacker arrived near an army post located at the site of the formerly evacuated settlement of Ghanim, where he stabbed a soldier of the paratroopers brigade, and then they took him out. And now that's spreading on Israeli media. Casualties and injuries reported in the Kuwaiti armed forces. Is this a prelude to Iran trying to invade Kuwait? Now they're hitting Kuwaiti armed forces. This is what's coming out right now, all those sounds. New explosions near the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. Oh, this is an interesting little development. I don't know what to... I don't want to read too much into it. This flag keeps moving. Yes, Will, you're like, what's going on? The other day, Will and I were talking about something, and we both brought up Jaws, like a shark attack, and it was insane. It was like crazy. I think he meant to say his mom's birthday. Oh, okay. I'm trying to read chat as fast as I can. You know, like I apologize if I took it out of context. A U.S. storm. What? The translation must be bad. Tasneem, a U.S. storm hit the pier of Susa on Keshem Island? What the hell is that? A U.S. what? So allegedly something hit the pier of Susa on Keshem Island. The United States is responsible for something. The translation's bad. A limited security meeting chaired by Netanyahu will be held tomorrow. Is that a prelude to what's coming this weekend? Obviously, if just think about the timing. The president is doing an interview on an Israeli outlet. Obviously, he's definitely communicating with Netanyahu. He clearly wants his message to be heard in the Israeli media. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. Let's see what you guys are writing. Okay. I'm going to see what's going on here. It's like 7:30 p.m. in Iran. Close to it. Nothing new on Shin or a lot of other accounts that I follow. It's gone quiet for now. So when I last filled up, gas was slightly over 4 for regular. It was like, I don't put regular. I think it was 4, what was it? 4.29 for premium. I'm going to gas up later. I'll let you guys know later what I pay per gallon. It was 4.29 the last time I filled. I don't go out much. Oh boy. Yanet? That must be an Israeli outlet. Israeli officials say it appears the situation is heading toward further escalation, with the U.S. mounting intense pressure on Iran to return to the negotiation table or face the consequences. What is it with this fucking negotiation table stuff? Do you think the Iranian regime is going to capitulate to the United States? Not right now, they're not. The only I don't even know even after a major military escalation on our part would do it. What is this delusion? What can somebody explain to me who is delusional thinking that this talk rhetoric of pressure that they're going to do something is going to bring them back to the table? Really? Oh my God. Anyway, according to the officials, while the U.S. could ask Israel to join the campaign, it does not appear to want Israel involvement at this time. Instead, President Trump is seen as using that possibility as leverage against Iran. Israeli officials assess that Israel would only join the campaign if it comes under attack, which makes sense. Because the whole world would blame Israel no matter what. If Israel was to act preemptively, unilaterally, or in coordination, I don't know about that. They might say that the Israelis convinced the president to take action against Israel. That would come out. I really do think it's in Israel's best interest to just sit idly by, let the president do what he's doing, and then, God forbid, Iran decides to do something toward Iran, you have a legitimate reason to respond for the sovereignty of the country. That's just my opinion. Because you know, Moses, you know this, the whole world will blame Israel for driving the United States back into a major campaign, into a war in the region. It's exactly what they wanted since the beginning. You know you're going to hear all that. It's best for Israel to not get involved. Another wave of Haidari anger. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What is Haidari? What is that? What is Haidari? Haidari is a Turkish yogurt. It can't be in relation to anger against yogurt. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ooh, what's going on with Southern Spear? U.S. Marines conducted a maritime interdiction drill aboard the USS San Antonio at La Guardia Port as part of Southern Command's Operation Southern Spear, with the exercise including reconnaissance, repelling helicopter deployment, and simulated detainee custody. Ooh, is this a prelude to Cuba? Is Raul Castro next on this list? Extraditing him? Going in and taking him? This is what just came out. That is curious. That is curious. Warfront Witness put this out. Look at this. Interesting. Southern Spear is doing drills, including detaining, rappelling off helicopters, something maybe similar to the operation in Venezuela. I don't know. Could this have anything to do with some type of thing that goes on in Cuba? I'm assuming a lot there. Would it surprise anyone? It won't surprise me if it's Cuba. Next. Oh shit, Josh, Cuba next. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Josh. That's exactly what I'm thinking. See, now, Josh, you see? Thinking alike again. What is going on today? Sorry, Trump needs to face reality. It's not going to happen. As Trump has a reputation, it's not going to happen. A deal is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. A deal is, you cannot, I don't care if a deal looks like it's going to happen, it'll never happen. You cannot trust the Iranians in any deal. They're buying time. They're playing the game. You cannot trust Iran in any negotiation because it's going to blow up in your face at the end of it. And they're going to maybe they're going to have to learn the hard way. That they're actually going to, okay, we've gone back to the MOU, now we're past the MOU, now we're going to actually sit down and work on the specific details that could drag out for months. Because the MOU is just an agreement to actually meet, to work on the final specific details about any agreements, about anything, and then reach a deal. That could take months. And you know what? Right before the elections, they'll blow it up, they'll say we're out, and they'll do something to try to screw with the president and the midterms. I could see that happening. I am not trusting the Iranians at all, ever, period. Sorry. Smoke is rising off the coast of Israel. What? What the hell is that about? It looks like a vessel. Wait a minute. I don't know if this is real. Who put this up? Hold on. Oh, World War III monitor? Wait, I don't know. They might be just doing exercises.
חבר'ה, מה קורה?
Hold on. I want to look at the video first. Oh God, could you imagine they hit
חייל.
a naval vessel of Israel? And what is this boat? I gotta show the video. I don't know what to make of this. I honestly do not know what to make of this.
חבר'ה, מה קורה?
שרפה פרצה בלב ים.
חייל.
סירת השיטור הימי עשתה את דרכה לשם, כרגע פרססה. כנראה שיש שם עוד כוחות.
Alright, time out. I gotta look at something. Sabrine News is the main social media conglomerate supporting all resistance actions and factions in Iraq. They're the ones that are responsible for this video. What are they alluding to? Sabrine News. Oh, why would they do that? What are they trying? Why would Sabrine News do that? Is that a connection claiming responsibility for whatever just happened off of Israel? I don't know. I'm making a major assumption. But the Washington Institute did a profile on Sabrine News. Look. Resistance is proxies. Propagating anti-U.S. sentiment, promoting and disseminating real and fake news. Oh, that video has to be taken with a major bullshit meter. They've played a very active profile in support of Russia's invasion on Ukraine. Oh, I gotta question that big time. What the hell is that? Because that's who is responsible for that post, that video. I don't agree with you on this, Bill, and I don't care if they blame us if we join the United States war. Israel shouldn't sit idly by because of the failure of the United States agreement. I respect your opinion. But you got to remember, the global support of Israel is at an all-time low. The last thing Israel needs is to create some kind of rift between the United States and Israel. Then you're left on your own. Good luck with that, Moses. It's not going to work out well for Israel. That's just the reality of the situation. Israel alone cannot battle everything that's going on. They'll get destroyed. Israel would be destroyed. I hate to say it, but you do not want to isolate yourselves. world opinion on Israel generally is not good. So you may disagree, and I'll disagree with you. I mean, we can agree to disagree. But if the sentiment is that Israelis feel disappointed or disillusioned by the U.S. efforts, then you're on your own. And you're going to have to come to grips with that. If that's what isolationist means, and you think that your country can blame the U.S. for this, or despite the support over decades for Israel by the United States as their number one ally, that would be a big mistake on Israel's part. Big. Tremendous. The only thing that has actually kept Israel in its position is the United States throughout history, since 48. Last thing you want to do is alienate yourselves from the relationships with the United States. That's just my opinion. That would not work well for Israel. The Iron Dome ain't going to cut it. Iron Beam, all that. It's not going to cut it. You're going to use nuclear weapons? You know what happens if Israel uses a nuclear weapon? I mean, we had this conversation the other day about the United States using tactical nukes against Iran, and what a dangerous precedent that would cause with Russia and all these other countries. Even in the USA, exactly. And I talked about this earlier. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. There is a lot of anti-Israel sentiment in this country for different reasons. But it's not good right now. It might be at an all-time worst how Americans feel about Israel right now. Many. And like I said, for different reasons and opinions, the last thing, I mean, I don't want to see the people of Israel suffer anymore either. Because we played a major role in Israel becoming a state to begin with. That just didn't happen by accident. Who were the global powers that made that happen? And the resentment from the Arab countries that all of a sudden, here we go, all of a sudden, the creation of the state of Israel, we don't recognize that. Who the hell are you to decide this is now that their territory? This is very deep-rooted in a lot of hate, mistrust, anger, racism, anti-Semitism, rooted throughout history. This is very complex. And that's just the facts. You know, a lot of people in this country are like, why is Israel continuing to build settlements on occupied territory? What a lot would deem as illegal settlements to this day being constructed in areas that are contested as part of a possible two-state solution in Israel. But they keep building on them. You know why? Because they could say, oh, we're not leaving. There's so many issues at stake. But I can feel, I cannot judge. I don't know. But, like somebody said, Josh, there is a lot of anti-Israel sentiment in this country from all sides. The Democrats, for example, they don't even want to send any more military aid to Israel. They want that cut off because of Gaza. That's the progressive, you know how that goes in with the Democrats. And you could see what the president is saying. The president even said it. When that whole thing was going on with the attacks in Beirut, if they continue this, they're on their own. I don't think that is the Israeli government wants to be alone. That's just my opinion. I mean, I could be majorly wrong. But I can't imagine what it's like for the Israeli people to deal with this over decades and generations and dealing with this. And the loss of loved ones and the pain. I mean, I can't relate to that. But I totally understand. And I know what you went through on October 7th. But the last thing you want to do is attack the United States. That's not going to end. And I know there's a sentiment. Who is the United States to stop us from doing what we need to do? I get that. I get that. It's complicated. It is very complicated. Orchid, you still got the 151 ready to go? 30 years ago is a lot different from the weaponization of countries and technology that exists today. You can't compare what happened 30 years ago to today. Iran is just waiting to unleash their special toys just for Israel. That is truly my opinion. Israel is the size of New Jersey. It's not much of a territory. And God forbid the Turks get involved or other Arab countries get involved and attack Israel. What's Israel going to do? It's almost like mutually assured destruction. Is that what the Israeli people want? Because it could get that bad. I don't know. Like I said, I pray for the people. I pray for peace. This could, I mean, if the Chinese and the Russians are providing technology, your Iron Dome could be insignificant, just as our Patriot system. If they're providing them with technology that could evade your defensive systems, you are toast. You're toast. No matter what you do. Unless you use a nuclear weapon. And that's nobody wants to see that happen. So I hope, I always say Israel has the absolute right to defend itself and its sovereignty. Absolutely. No doubt. It's simple. If Iran were to try to attempt to strike Israel, Israel should unleash hell on Iran in that situation. And of course, it's not just Iran, it's the proxies, you know that. So again, that is a complicated scenario, but you know best for, as an Israeli, you know best for Israel. You know, but my advice is don't alienate yourselves, and because you ain't got many friends out there. That's the last thing Israel needs. That's just my opinion, though. And I'm being very respectful. And all with love and compassion and peace, Brother Moses. You know that. I don't say that to... That's just my point. And I know you differ in my opinion. And that's okay. I get it. You are an Israeli citizen. You've been through that. Your family, generations of your family. I understand. All right. Let me move on. A direct hit in Kuwait. Plumes of smoke is rising. That's what they're claiming here in this video.
Oh my god! क्यों यार? Oh, पूरे जल है यार. क्यों? पूरे जल है यार. ये तो पूरे शलाला.
That doesn't look like a U.S. military base unless there's something located. That looks like in the middle of a populated area. I don't know. Look at the
Oh
Pepsi
my
bottle.
God.
Oh my God.
क्यों यार ओ आहो ये पूरे जले हैं यार क्यों ये पूरे
That looks like
जले हैं
a
यार
populated civilian area. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that video,
ये तो कहाँ है यार ये तो
to be honest. I don't know. It's funny he had a Pepsi bottle on his dashboard. And he didn't say Allahu Akbar. He said, oh my God. Just saying. Several explosions occurred in Kuwait. What is Vahid putting? Hold on. Again, Axios is talking about the U.S. the base where the B-1 bombers took off from Britain is a legitimate target. So they're threatening the base in the UK. Can you believe it? Like to put pressure on the UK for them not to allow us to use their bases. That's what that's for. I wonder what Burnham is going to do. They're showing the same video. Yaman. Orchid. It would be good for us not to receive military aid from the United States because we will finally win wars without the weapons of the United States. Because the United States has a great influence on its weapons. The United States has imposed an embargo on Israel. It is better for us once and for all not to buy weapons from the United States, even though they're trying to create a joint effort of development and working together in the future. Can I tell you? Orchid. A lot of rhinos voted on it too. They're exposing themselves. There were 4 GOP who voted. Again, the veto. Don't fall too much into this nonsense that's going on in the House or the Senate. It'll never pass on the president's. He'll veto it, and you need 2/3. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. Don't dwell on that. It'll never get 2/3 filibuster. Never. It was close vote, yeah, Massey and others, but when it comes down to it, it'll never pass. In reality, the end game, it'll never pass, because the president would veto it, and then you need 2/3, and you're not getting 2/3. It was a close vote, despite Massey and the others. You ain't getting 2/3. You ain't getting 2/3 in the Senate. So it's bullshit. It's politics. It's politics on steroids. That's all it is. That's what they do. To go on the record to put their vote that they voted for this, it's more symbolic than anything else. There is nothing to it. Trust, there is nothing. That's garbage. So don't fester on it. No, I get it. Not to buy weapons. Israel is more than capable, probably, to produce their own weapons, and I think that's not a bad thing. Look at the Ukrainians. Look how they've developed on their own, as an example, and it's worked out pretty well with their drones, swarm drones, and believe me, Taiwan is thinking the same thing. They're monitoring. They know. You think those Chinese ships, and they're going to use swarm drones too if they try to invade Taiwan. China knows this. the playbook is pretty exposed now in asymmetrical warfare and everything else. So I get it. Americans and military should prepare for the possibility of flight cancellation airspace. It's more than that, Will. It's crazy that they're telling people outside of the Middle East, throughout the world, Americans should be concerned, and the possibility of attacking American interests and companies. This is expanded. The State Department. We were talking about that earlier. I posted the warning. Actually, the alert. Like the Israeli embassy about criminal gangs. Those criminal gangs are probably proxies of the Iranians. And then we heard about criminal organizations in Israel plotting to assassinate senior officials in Israel. This shit is all connected, in my opinion. It's all connected. Go look at the U.S. Embassy statement of their warning in Israel. And it kind of relates to what the Mossad was talking about, using criminal organization elements as proxies for Iran. I showed it earlier. Is it connected? I don't know. But it's damn interesting. Let me see if I can look it up. So this is the one that got me. I got a little concerned when I read this. This right here. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Iran and groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or at locations associated with the United States and Americans throughout the world, including U.S. businesses and other institutions. That's very broad. And that was issued yesterday. That is interesting how they put the wording in that one. It's not just in the Middle East. It's worldwide. The threat exists. Obviously, we know that. I think we know that, right? And now look at the one in Jerusalem. U.S. Embassy Jerusalem is closely monitoring reports of a spike in violence connected to rivalries between Israeli organized crime groups. These attacks appear to be targeting businesses and homes associated with the groups involved, primarily in Tel Aviv, Jaffa, and other neighborhoods. Attacks are reported to have involved hand or stun grenades thrown at private residence vehicles or business properties, often by an assailant on motorcycle. Israeli National Police have responded to this spike in violence by conducting enforcement operations to disrupt violent criminal activity and arrest the leaders believed to be responsible for these attacks. What the hell is going on? This was yesterday. What is this about? Israeli organized crime groups. It's interesting how the United States put that up as an alert, security alert. Anti-US? Who are they targeting? At residences. I'd like to dig into that a little bit more. Why is Israeli crime groups, organized crime groups, a concern for the U.S. Embassy? Because they reside there? That's probably why. A lot of the U.S. Embassy staff live in these areas, and they're telling them be careful because there's a rise in violence by Israeli organized crime groups. Be careful. Direct hit reported at Al Salim base. They're saying, oh, sirens and explosions in Kuwait are basically 24/7. Multiple direct impacts in Kuwait. This is what they're claiming. It's not new. Yes, Nappy. Good morning, Nick. So it just looks like there's a lot of stuff going on. And obviously we are monitoring everything that goes on in this country. Credible threats, whether it's local, state, feds. It's not new, really. Especially with everything that's going on. That there's going to be something going on out there that they're keeping an eye on that we're not even aware of. So IRGC Tasnim confirms that a U.S. missile landed in a point in Susa Keshem Island. That was 21 minutes ago by Shin. So that must have been that pier that the other ones were talking about. That's what Shin posted. Yeah, again, it's coordinated. And of course, like any relationship, even domestically, there's things we're going to agree and disagree about and spat. But in the end, we still have relationships. You know what I mean? It's not like this is the end. But, you know, everybody has their personal opinions and to be respected. I'm sure there is a lot of sentiment too, like I said earlier. Who is the United States to tell us what we should do or not do? Do you blame that? Honestly? I don't blame that. Like, whoa. Increased activity has been observed involving transport and communication aircraft. Yes. What?
I'm in the room,
Uh-huh.
and I seen biscuits. Yeah. I did biscuits before,
What happened?
and moving and then
What are you crying about? What is going on?
and I saw them alive, like
Who?
the kids.
What
I
kids?
said,
What are you talking about? What kids?
Billy, let me explain to you. You don't even let me explain to you, Billy. You don't let me explain. To
So
you.
explain.
Okay, I'm on my bed, and I'm looking at the thing, and they're the two kids that they're brothers and sisters, because I remember that. I think they're Irish or something. And they stand there staring at me. So what I did, I know that they were not from this, they're not alive, I started to pray for them. And they looked at me really.
Oh my God, my mother just had a vision in her room. That's what she's telling me. Of two young children, and they were looking at her.
Are they brothers and sisters? I stand there. They're like Irish, I think.
She thinks they were Irish. And they were in her room. She was,
Years ago, they live on the same block. I knew them.
oh, you knew them.
Yeah.
So were you dreaming?
No.
Okay. Okay, so Maybe something happened to them now and you're seeing visions of them in front of you. They appeared in front of you now. I don't know, Mom, what to make of that.
But I'm just.
I understand what you just said. It made you cry because you just had that experience just now. I get it. I understand.
And I know them.
And you know them. Yes,
They
that's
were
probably
in
why.
front.
I understand. I understand. Anyway, getting back to this.
But I pray for them.
And that's good that you prayed for them.
Oh my God, I can't believe this happens like this. What is this all about?
Maybe you have that ability like that. Some people, I hear that all the time.
And they were staring at me.
They were staring at her.
And Tycho's barking right now.
And now Tycho's reacting to it. Something spiritual might have happened in her room just now. I'm just saying what Mom is saying. But it definitely affected her because she came in here crying. And I'm not going to call her a liar. I'm just going to believe her, you know? She's awake. It wasn't like a dream. She actually seen visually, like, that's deep. She's done that before. Like seen stuff, visions, like throughout her life. It's like, I can't even tell you. She had a vision of Jesus Christ all lit up and out a window. A week later, my brother attempts suicide. And my mother's interpretation is that Jesus was preparing her for what was to happen. She told me about that before it happened. And I'm like, oh my God. So, you know, I'm just saying. Wild. I truly do believe Israel will have the opportunity to defend itself and possibly assist in ending this regime once and for all. It's just that, like I said, you got to remember, you got to think also, now not to get back into this whole topic again, Israel did target Arab countries to take out certain leaders in Arab countries without discretion. You think those Arab countries were happy regardless of the result of Israel striking their country to take out leadership of Hamas? Really? You think they're happy with that? No. That probably created even more animosity between them. Who is Israel to attack this person in our country? They didn't even tell us that they were going to do this. They just did it. Stuff like that doesn't help. Just saying. It might be for the betterment for the Israeli people, but how the Arabs look at it is like, you just violated our sovereignty and attacked our country to take out somebody that you wanted to take out on our territory. You know, there's a lot involved. President Trump, Iranians are sick. They're a bunch of insane people. There's something very wrong with them in the head. I don't know, they're quoting this. I don't know where it's coming from. I've heard him say similar things in the past about that. The U.S. Senate has blocked a measure that would restrict President Trump's authority regarding the war on Iran. There you go. The Senate blocked it. So much for that. Not happening. That would restrict the president's authority regarding the war on Iran. So there you go. The Senate has done. And that's the end of that. That just came out. There you go. And you know, Moses, I would love to go to Israel sometime and hang out with you. You know what I mean? We'll have fun. Trust me, we'll have fun. And you could show me all around. But again, my love to you and your family, you know that. An Iranian oil tanker has crossed the U.S. blockade line and entered the Sea of Oman, heading towards the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know how to take that. Is it an empty vessel? Is it... I mean, why would they allow an Iranian oil tanker to cross the U.S. blockade lines and enter the Sea of Oman? But it's heading toward the Strait. It's heading into Iran. It's not heading out. And there it is. The U.S. Senate is blocking a decision that would limit President Trump's authority regarding a potential war with Iran. There it is. It's done. It's over. So we can put that to rest. At least for now. So repeated hostile drone strikes at the border crossing with Kuwait. The Kuwaiti army. Damn, it's coming out like crazy. This was 9 minutes ago. Kuwaiti army. Oh, Kuwait army. It was the Abdali crossing was subjected this evening to repeated targeting by hostile drones, which resulted in material damage with no human injuries recorded. Praise be to God. He added that the competent authorities immediately commenced upon the occurrences of the incident, taking the necessary measures and handling the situation in coordination with the relevant authorities. The armed forces affirmed their continued execution of their missions and duties with high efficiency and their adoption of all necessary measures to protect the homeland's borders and preserve its security and stability. There you go. An official statement from the Kuwait Army. There's that same video that they're spreading. A large power plant in Kuwait has caught fire. This is what they're alleging. This is the advisor to the supreme leader. Quote, you know, we don't know about that. The American president, in his delusion, has moved from playing a game of the insane to a game of the desperate, making egregious mistakes. The attack on pilgrims in Salmania and the threat to target infrastructure are nothing more than expressions of despair and impotence. Iran's response to these attacks would be escalating and forceful. Does that sound like anybody we were going to negotiate with? Seriously? I just can't understand it. Yeah, Moses and I can have definitely discussions like a lot of us can. We can agree to disagree. Doesn't change anything. There's a lot we agree on. I always say that there's much more that we all agree on than disagree on, in general. And you build bridges and relationships based on on that, not on what you disagree with, because that's a small fragment. And if you're willing to throw away a friendship or relationship based on that little piece compared to the overall picture, then you're a fool. To me. Oh, they're spreading it all over now. The advisor of the supreme leader's comment. Okay, now they're spreading the Kuwaiti army post. and they're saying they were targeting main power stations. Remember I said it looked like a civilian area?
पुरै जल है यार यो त पुरै सलला लगाइदिएको त
That's what they're claiming this was. That video we seen earlier? Remember? Of the smoke?
जल है यार यो त पुरै सलला
They're saying these were power stations in Kuwait. We saw that clip earlier.
पुरै जल है यार यो त पुरै सलला लगाइदिएको त
Zelensky, Putin is preparing to launch new strikes against Ukraine, and in our opinion, he's preparing for an additional mobilization in Russia, and he's preparing to expand the scope of the war. That's coming from Zelensky. I know that's totally off topic, but just want to throw that in there. I love you back, Moses. Iran has just targeted a power plant in Kuwait. There you go again, Will. There you go again. You're probably looking at the same things I'm looking at. That's gotta be that's gotta be. We must be looking at the same sourcing for information. I read that earlier too, just a few minutes ago, about what the president allegedly stated. Iranians are sick. They're a bunch of totally insane people. There is something very wrong with them in their head. Not Iranians. Again, people will take that out of context and they'll use it. He's talking about the regime. He's not talking about the Iranian people in general. They'll take that out of context and say, look, he's calling all of you in Iran sick people. It's not what he's saying. So let's stop that right now. You know who he's referring to when he says that. But it'll be taken out of context and spun that he said that to the entire Iranian population. You know how demented some people in the, I don't want to say it like that. You know how the press spins things. Or their own propaganda media outlets will spin that to make it sound like he just called all of us sick people. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes you got to question the intelligence of how people are so gullible or naive when they believe the bullshit that they're told. Really. It is stunning. I got to cut my grass. Not today. Tomorrow morning. My grass is getting way too long. I do that on purpose when it's really hot. I don't want the grass to get dry and start to brown. I let it get long to protect it. It's supposed to be in the 80s, low 80s, like for a week. It's not going to get hot again, I don't think. Speaking of quick, and I know this is way off. It is good morning, good Thursday morning. We need to check the weather going on in the Gulf of America, not. It's still offshore, but it's already having impacts near Galveston. So, let's see what the model is showing as it heads west. Look at Galveston, look at Victoria, look at Corpus Christi, even down here, Monterey, and inland to the west. That's nasty. And you got to watch out with these bands because isolated tornadoes, that is always a concern. So if you live in southern Texas pretty much, period, you need to pay attention to this storm. Period. Even central Texas, just to keep an eye. You should definitely be keeping an eye, but really it's southern Texas. Maybe from San Antonio points south, and of course east and west. So from like San Antonio down, even maybe Austin, you should be paying attention to that storm. I just wanted to just touch on that quick. All right, let's see what's going on in here. Yeah, for real, Will. This is happening too much lately. See how they're trying to invite aggression and fighting. They're a bunch of dirtbags. This is why it's rage baiting. You know what I mean? This shit makes me angry. This gets my blood pressure up. I have a lot of enemies during the fall with the Green Bay Packer fans. Oh my gosh! Mark, where the hell did that come out of? IGC is a death cult. They want their goats. Yes, Tusi. Totally agree. They don't even deserve goats, though. They deserve nothing. You know what I mean? Nothing. Get some goats. They do a great job, Bill. To eat. I live in Corpus, watching it religiously. Nice here right now. Dude, butterfly. Watch your weather. You know that though already. I don't have to tell you that. A storm like that will push trash and debris. That's true too. Very good point with the onshore flow. Absolutely. 3 goats in your front yard will take... What is it now with this goat stuff? Tusi's gonna love Southern Florida. And he don't have to worry about using a fan. We have AC here, Tusi. You know what I'm saying? Central air. You're gonna love it. Oh my gosh. What a difference, huh? From that heat in the UK using a fan and... You don't have to worry about that in Florida. The only thing you might have to be worrying about is some storms. That's something you got to keep an eye out to. So you'll get used to that. Tusi, are you familiar with hurricanes? I don't want you to get used to them, but... And I'm not saying you get used to them, but... You'll see. I had to deal with it in my house in Florida, and I was in Central Florida. Oh, my God. It's July to November. It's a regular occurrence for us, yeah? Not for nothing. If you look at historically, like for the last decade or so, the Gulf is where it's really been getting hit hard. And of course, when it goes inland, and we know what happened in Carolinas, but and we know about, what was it? Was it Henry? The one that, forget about Katrina. The one that just didn't want to move, and it just dropped feet of rain? Was it Henry? I can't remember. There's so many storms. I've been covering this for decades. I was going to become a weatherman. I actually did some studying to become a meteorologist, but I just didn't do it. But I've loved weather since I was a young child. Fascinated. I love watching lightning. I used to do stupid things. I was like an early storm chaser before Storm Chaser existed. We didn't have all that equipment, you know what I'm saying? But I would go out with my friend. One time, I swear, it was during a weak hurricane in New York City. And we went to go eat at I think it was a Wendy's. It could have been a Burger King. And the storm picks up, right? And then it's pouring torrentially. And this was a low-lying area, a flood-prone area. We're stuck. We're stuck with surrounding high water around us. We're at higher ground. We're sitting in a freaking parking lot, eating our food, and we can't go anywhere because we're surrounded by flooded water. We can't drive through it. We're not going to drive through it. And my friend tells me, at least we don't have to worry about getting food. Remember, there was no cell phones or anything back then. It was like, oh, that's just great. We're not getting out of here, but we ain't got to worry about starving. Is that what you're telling me? It was like it was a trip. We could not get out. The roads were completely flooded. we had to wait hours to it to receive to get out. That was the kind of, you know, we were young. This is decades ago. But Harvey, that's it, Harvey. It was Harvey. Why did I say Henry? Harvey. I couldn't remember. So yeah, the Gulf, especially Louisiana. In recent memory, Texas, you know, that rain, we know, you know, my God. Hopefully we won't have that shit happen this year. You bought a solar mini split arc to help with the Florida heat. My electric bill is about half. Don't get me started with that. You know what my electric bill, I just paid it. $44. Because of the panels. I paid $44.01 today. I could laugh about it, but hold on. There's more. So yeah, that helps. I'm glad it helps you, bong water. Doesn't help everyone. Oh my God, what is this? The generous Kuwaiti families are appealing to the Iraqis to allow the reopening of the border crossing with Iraq. This is due to a shortage of okra, Iraqi cheese, gamar, dates, dates, which, if the situation continues, could lead to a major famine, God forbid. See, I didn't know the ramifications of that. They got to get that food through. Oh my God. I don't know those things. Oh God, here we go again. See, Groundhog Day, better not. Pakistan is working to keep dialogue channels open between the United States and Iran following the collapse of their ceasefire. Islamabad continues to urge both sides to maintain dialogue in order to reduce regional tensions, protect maritime security, and ensure the free flow of global trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Sources said ongoing indirect communications is focused on step-by-step diplomatic process rather than an immediate comprehensive agreement. Major obstacles remain, including Iran's nuclear program, the fate of the economic sanctions, and the role of Iran-aligned groups, proxies. Stop it already. Stop it already. Oh my God. Iran is never going to relinquish the Strait of Hormuz control completely open because that's their leverage. Don't anybody understand that? They're not. They lose their leverage. That's why they're not giving up that all traffic must flow their way or no way bullshit. Because they lose that leverage. What leverage do they have after that? If oil starts flowing normally like it was before, as an international waterway, then how does Iran have anything else to use as leverage? They have nothing. It's the threat and trying to control the strait is their card. How, by now, does anybody not have that figured out? It's just insane. It's like the definition of insanity. They're not going to relinquish that. As long as they think they can. We have to figure out a way to change that mindset. Oh. The explosions in Lark are a result of warning shots fired by the Revolutionary Guard at ships intending to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, what are they firing warning shots at ships now? In the Strait? Are they going to hit one? Oh, now it's warning shots. I thought they didn't warn. What is that? I thought they threatened them that if we see you crossing through their way, violating, we're gonna strike you. What? Now they're sending warning shots? Really? Such bullshit. The sound of explosions originated from the Strait of Hormuz. Something's going on. What the hell is this? Wait a minute. Saudi source, this is coming in Times of Israel. Saudi source on Trump's normalization demand. It's not a tweet, it's a true social post. Get this tweet out of here. Tweets don't overturn signed deals. After Israel claimed that Syria's nuclear deal administration signed yesterday with Saudi would actually be conditioned on Riyadh joining the Abraham Accord, quotes an unnamed Saudi source who says Trump's demand is too late. It was signed, so nothing to renegotiate. Oh shit! So they're saying the condition about it all hinges upon Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords is not. It's already been agreed to before he even put that out there. That is not what they agreed to when they signed this agreement. So the Saudi says, this has nothing to do with the Abraham's Accords. We didn't agree to that. We signed this already. There's nothing about Abraham's Accords that it's all a condition in relating to the Abraham Accords. I don't see anything here that says anything about Abraham Accords. We already signed this agreement. He's the one saying that it all hinges upon us agreeing to the Abraham Accords. We never agreed to that. And we have the proof. We signed it already. Hi, Tony. Hi, Bill. Just listening as brothers over from Florida. Oh, cool. But there has been a lot of stuff flying around all day. All the noisy stuff from early hours. Watch out for Cuba. I'm telling you, if you're talking in relation to military, I'm telling you, there is more writing on the wall coming out. They did drills, Southern Spear, of going in, taking detainees. That came up earlier today. That could be something coming up in Cuba. They're doing exercises. Let me see what he's putting here. What the hell is this? I don't know. That's bullshit. Something totally different. I'll show you. Okay. U.S. Marines conducted a maritime interdiction drill. Now, interdiction could be in ships. It could be on land, too. Aboard the USS San Antonio, Venezuela, near a port in Venezuela, as part of Southern Command Operation Southern Spear, with the exercise including reconnaissance, helicopter deployment, and simulated detainee custody. I don't think they're going to be doing any more detaining in Venezuela, are they? So then if not Venezuela, then where? Is that a prelude to Cuba? I'm not saying it is, but it could be. Time will tell. Oh, Doretta, I totally wasn't looking at Rumble. I thought you were on YouTube. But you have a great day if you're still there. There's a lot going on. Don't take your eye off of Cuba, I'm telling you. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is what they're putting out. Take this for what it's worth. Just take this for what it's worth. This is what they just put out. You ready for this one? America is being infiltrated from within. Breaking news. The Secret Service has removed a member of the security detail assigned to Vance while investigators examine whether security information has been compromised. What the fuck is that about? I'm not saying that's real or true. This is what they're saying in their media outlet. Is that true? The Secret Service removed a member of the security detail assigned to Vance while investigators examine whether the security information has been compromised? That's what I think. Bye-bye Castro, by the way. Oh, Starship is launching this afternoon? What time, Daryl? Thank you for letting me know. And hello, Daryl. What time is that? What time is Starship? Oh, I definitely would like to see that. What? I know there's a delay, so I gotta wait. It wouldn't surprise any of us that are in the loop of what the hell is going on, right? With Cuba? 5:45 Central, so that's 6:45 for me. So I got time. Okay. I'm definitely gonna look into that. What's up, Mike? Okay, good to know. Thank you, Daryl, for letting me know. Oh, wait a minute. What about the storms impact with winds and whoa, 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 whoa. What's the weather like there? I honestly don't think that's going to launch. But I don't know. I got to look at the radar and composite. Because the storm... I don't know. It's going to be fucking close. They already got showers in the vicinity. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if this is going to happen. Because of the weather. I'm just saying. Because it is deteriorating here. I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I got to keep an eye on this. Thank you, Daryl. Please do. Chancellor Yusuf have informed Israel to prepare? What? What the hell? Daryl, as always, thank you. It is, I see it. Israeli media. U.S. officials have informed their Israeli counterparts to prepare. Even their outlets are putting it out there. The United States, Channel 14. The United States continues to mobilize its forces while Israeli assessment suggests an increasing likelihood of Israel joining the military campaign. That came from Channel 14. And I could play the clip, but we're not going to understand it but that is what's being put out there. And I guess it's mentioned on here. I just don't understand it because they don't translate, but I just read you the translation. I'll show you what News 14, Channel 14, and this is the actual clip they took it from. How come I don't hear it?
ישראל לא אדישים להתפתחות הדרמטית בין ארצות הברית לאיראן ועובדים חזק סביב השעון על חיזוק המוכנות בהגנה ובהתקפה. מערכת הביטחון מבינים שהאפשרות שהאמריקנים יבקשו מישראל להצטרף ללחימה עצימה מול איראן עלתה. ויחד עם זאת, אין עדיין החלטה סופית בעניין, לרבות הסכמה על עיתוי כזה או אחר לתקיפה משותפת או נפרדת. בכירי הדרג
Now,
המדיני והצבאי
obviously, many of us are not going to understand that. Maybe Moses would. A joint campaign against Israel, a major escalation, Josh. But that did come from Channel 14 in Israel. It just doesn't show the translations, but we kind of already went through the translation, but it is confirmed that it was
מקיימים
mentioned on
ישיבות
Israeli
סביב
media.
השעון, והפריסה הצבאית של מערכי
They're trying to show that, look, we're not just saying it. They showed the clip of Channel 14. This could be a crazy weekend. No, we're not going to understand. I didn't understand. That's why I read the translation first. But I'm just trying to show you. He said, maybe USA will ask Israel to join, something like that. But that's what he said. That's based on what he was on Channel 12, I think, earlier in an interview. That we don't need any help right now. And that if anything, he would ask Israel to join, but right now he wants Israel to stay out of it and concerns over retaliation by Iran striking Israel. The president doesn't want to see Israel get attacked by Iran. That just escalates it again all over to a major war. And this time, Israel, not this time, Israel's not going to hold back. Israel's going to go after them freaking intense. And the one thing I will say that Israel will do, and I'm with it, go after the regime. That's what Israel will do, and I'm all with it. Israel, if you get involved in this, do what you intended to do. Go after the regime. Because it seems we don't. Please do. Please do for the Iranian people. They would welcome that. Go after the regime. Take them all out. Israel knows what needs to be done as far as that's concerned. Go after the regime. The entirety. The whole cancer. Do it. If they get involved, do it. That's just my opinion. Oh, this is just commentary. And remember, they did threaten to hit the UK base, where the B-1s and other assets are taking off from. They threatened the UK base today. They did. What did Caroline say?
If they don't join the Abraham Accords, the deal is off. So we'll continue to have those conversations with our Saudi counterparts moving forward.
Oh, that's not what the Saudis say. They said that it's signed. It had nothing to do with the Abraham Accords. So now this is being thrown into the game. That now they're saying the deal is off unless the Saudis join the Abraham Accords. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do. Or now we're going to use that tactic for them to force them to join the Abraham Accords? This nuclear deal? I don't know if that's smart. Not at this time. If the Saudis do not join the peace agreement with Israel, the nuclear deal will be canceled. So you know what they'll do? They'll turn to somebody else to do it with. Saudis have relations with Russia, China, everybody else. They might say, well, okay, screw you. We'll go to China. We'll go to Russia. How you like that? I don't know if that's necessarily a smart thing, to be honest. At this point in time, with everything that's going on, I don't know about that. Defense Minister Israel Katz, during a security assessment today, Israel is prepared for every possibility amid the tensions with Iran. If Iran attacks Israel, it will suffer a crushing blow. But that's not different than past statements. That's the same, similar statements that they've always said. That's nothing new. it's not negotiating because the deal was signed. The Saudis said the deal was signed and it had nothing to do with Abraham Accords. It's like now they're saying, well, the president posts about this deal being linked to Abraham Accords now based on his post. Had nothing to do with that. It's already signed. It had no mention of Abraham Accords. And now you're throwing this in the game? Threatening that the deal is canceled unless the Abraham Accords are included? We didn't discuss that. The Saudis might say, well, then screw you. It is part of negotiating, but to me, at the timing, doesn't make sense. That's just my own personal opinion. Makes you shake your head. Again, now they're spreading what Israeli Defense Minister Gallant. If Iran attacks us, it will face a significant response. But that's to be expected. It's a bad time to posture like that, in my opinion, Daryl. This is not the time for that. Right now, we don't want to create some kind of tension in the region as it is with anyone. It's not going to help right now. It's negotiating, but let's put it this way. There's a proper timing to do these announcements. At the time of heightened conflict in the region with the Saudis involved with Yemen and everything else going on, this is the time you're going to talk about these negotiations? Amidst all this that's going on, to me, the timing is off. You could have done this a month from now or whatever down the line. That's just my opinion. I think the timing is poor. Like, we need more stuff going on. Oh, more negotiations. On top of other negotiations. On top of other negotiations. Exactly. Why do we have to concentrate on this crap now? Concentrate at the task at hand. There's time for that. And I'm sure they'll negotiate and they'll come around and work out some arrangement. But the timing to me is off. But that's just me. Okay, it got quiet. Things might get crazy this weekend. Yeah, it's multi-layered. It would be. It does have an effect on Iran in general. Absolutely. And of course the relationships with Israel. But you can't force the issues by intimidation either, or bully tactics. You know what I mean? That's a diplomatic process. That takes time. Of course, it benefits us, but you heard what Moses says. He thinks the Abraham Accords is a disaster for Israel. Maybe, or maybe he's 3 steps behind. He doesn't. I don't know. Again, we have to see based on outcomes, conclusions of things. Right now, no, it's anybody's guess how this is going to end up. I don't think anybody has a clear crystal ball picture of how this is going to end up. You know? We got to wait and see. The end result is how everybody judges anything. So we got to see. Like, people don't realize, we talked about this the other day, I don't know if Steve brought it up. Our oil reserves is at decades low. I think it's 82 or 83. The oil reserves hasn't been this low in decades. When does that become a serious issue? prices are going up across the markets. Yeah, it could be temporary based on what happened in the Strait near Yemen. You think a major escalation in the conflict isn't going to temporarily bring the prices up? I mean, eventually it will come down, I would hope. There's too many questions here. There is no definitive. We could be optimistic. I mean, there's pessimism and there's optimism, and you could look at it from both sides. Objectively, I look at both sides, not just one side. And you have to, it's like, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And somewhere lies hopefully a median in between. But there's no one that could sit here and predict how this is going to all end up. No one. Because we don't know. Right now, and this is from the latest observations as of last week, this is the early 80s. We are at the early 80s levels right now. It hasn't been this low in decades. That's where we're at right now factually with the oil reserves. And it made a major just drop off the rails. That's a concern. Whether people want to admit it or not, that's a concern. Got to change that. Look at that drop. And there's the numbers. So, I get it, but this has to come to an end somehow, some way soon. Basically, that's my opinion on it. This has to end soon. For so many reasons. So Brent crude is at 101.08. WTI is now at $92.64. It's up almost 7%. And that doesn't mean it's going to come back down. If we hear that negotiations are going to occur again, that'll drop. If there's a ceasefire, that'll drop. Right now, it's up. And so is Brent. Over 100 now. We have to see. I hope to God that this ends soon, and we can all put this behind us and just move on. You know what I mean? Yep, that's what Carter left for Reagan to clean up. Oh my God, I remember as a kid on the lines, waiting for hours in my dad's car or mom's car. Hours. Hell yes. I remember that. I was a little kid, but I do remember sitting in the back seat during that. But again, what happened under Carter, and we know that situation, we have to be very concerned about the current status. Forget about decades ago with Carter. We have to consider what's going on now and how it affects us all now. And believe me, I'm monitoring it all. Oh, they just keep putting up satellite imagery of the damage in Kuwait now. They're just ridiculous with their posts. The issue is no objective. I remember my dad yelling that it cost $38 to fill up the Pinto. Oh my God. I remember the Pintos. What was the car, now that you brought up Pinto, what was the vehicle that if it got impacted in the rear that there was reports of it exploding? What was that vehicle? Was it the Pinto? I know there was one car. Remember that? I can't remember what make it was. Remember, there's other stuff that can rear its ugly head at any time, too. I truly believe Cuba's coming very soon. Remember the Gremlin? I don't know. That doesn't ring a bell. But there was, remember the vehicle? It was the Pinto? It was the Pinto Bongwater that was happening with? There was some funky looking cars. What was it? The AMC car? Or I can't remember. This is so long ago. There was a weird looking car. There's always the Bug. Lots of people love the Bug. Herbie. The Pinto Ford. Wow. Telegram went quiet. The naval forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC continue to fire warning shots at ships that violate regulations for transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, so now they're doing warning shots, but they're not striking the vessels. At some point, does it become from warning to actually targeting them? I never heard many reports of them firing warning shots at vessels, just hitting them. Maybe they are taking the president's threat seriously. I never heard of this warning shot stuff too much as they're saying it now. How come? Oh, now they're doing a lot of warning shots? Interesting. Just saying. It went from targeting them, no questions asked, you violate, you get targeted, to now they're firing warning shots. You know what I mean? I remember when the DeLorean came out. We can go into that. That's a whole different topic, though. So that's an interesting little piece of information there. They're firing warning shots now. Will they hit one? Are the ships going to continue on their course despite warning shots? Thinking that they don't dare hit us now. Do they proceed? Do they turn back? I guess in the next few hours we will know. I think the president is going to hit him hard. I don't know. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I think the president has had it, and I don't blame him. I seriously don't blame him. I can't take it anymore. Enough's enough. A large-scale air operation involving the U.S. Air Force has been deployed to the Middle East. What the freak are they trying to say now? It's a lot of C-17s on the thing they're putting. There's a ton of C-17s that they put on their map. I cannot confirm any of this shit that he just put out. There's a lot of C-17s in there. Overlord is the drone, the MQ. Yeah, you got tankers there. A lot of C-17s, which means they're resupplying. Tankers, you know what I mean? Okay, and? But that's what they just put out. I'm gonna look at flight radar. I mean, I'm not seeing anything more than usual. There is a lot of activity in near Israel, but I've seen that in the last few days. The same pretty much activity with the tankers over the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman. I mean, this is not anything different than what I've been seeing. Though I've never seen this one with all the zeros. I've never seen that one before. It's Pegasus tanker. Okay, and seen a lot of these. I mean, I don't see. They are just, the Overlord is all the way over here, which is the MQ Triton. See, MQ4C Triton. I'm not seeing anything unusual. I'm not. And then again, there's a lot we cannot see, but they wouldn't see it either. I mean, give me a break. They're starting to get a little concerned that a major strike is coming. That's what I'm thinking. They're starting to sweat a little bit that the president is going to carry out on a mission here. I think that's what it is. They know it's coming. They know it's coming. I think it's coming. I can't say that for absolute, but I think it's coming this weekend. I don't know what you all think. Let me ask that question right now. Do you think that the United States is going to launch a major strike, escalation against Iran? Yes or no? In the upcoming few days. I'll even say in the next week. I don't know, man. I'm very busy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here she goes with the Tycho thing every day. Of course he doesn't. That's not nothing new, Josh. The regime don't care about the people. They care about internal survival. Anybody could say that. We've been saying that for 6 months. What's going on now here with Tycho? What's going on? What's the Tycho question for today? What is it with Tycho? What is it? What's going on with Tycho? Tycho's sleeping under your bed. All right, so I saw one yes when I left. Oh, Mad Million says no. AT says no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 to 2. So I would say almost 80% in chat's responses say yes. And we will find out who was right or wrong on that one. I guess we'll find out in a few days. Oh, they just put out a poll. Oh, my God. Oh, they just put out a poll on an Israeli Telegram. And I want you guys to help me answer the poll. Okay? Yes. Helmut says yes. Yes. More yeses. So it's a vast majority. The UK, France, and Germany have all evacuated their embassies personnel from Iran in the past 24 hours. That's right. I forgot that part. I've been seeing that. I don't know if it was Steve or others discussing that. I saw that. I agree with that. And did you notice, Mark, after that happened, it looked like he had a serious conversation with Pete Hegseth before they entered the vehicles. Did you see that? I did. I noticed that. They were serious faces. Now, I don't know what the conversation was about, obviously, but it looked serious. Like you said. You think tonight? All right, let me see. So let me tell you the question that they posed in chat, in the Telegram. Breaking. Several cities in Israel open public bomb shelters as tensions are high. Do you think Israel resumed the strikes on Iran? Here's the choices. Yes, it's a matter of time. No, they'll let Trump continue what he does, or nothing will happen. So will Israel do anything, or they'll let Trump continue what he's doing, or nothing will happen? I say no. They'll let Trump continue what he does. I don't think Israel's going to act preemptively and strike Iran. I don't see that as possible. And I don't see nothing happening. So I think they're just going to keep going with the current trajectory that's been going on. And that is allowing the president to do what he's doing. That's a tough one. Yes, it's a matter of time that Israel will strike preemptively. Can you pick all? Oh my God. I'm going to just go with it. Let me see what the poll says. Wow. This is an Israeli poll. I picked they'll let Trump continue doing what he does. 11% chose that. 82% voted yes, it's a matter of time. You can see where the Israelis are, their sentiment is. 82% says yes, it's a matter of time. Wow. The other choice, it's growing now, 83%. I chose the 10%. No, they'll let Trump continue what he does. I picked that. 83% in Israel say it's just a matter of time that Israel strikes Iran. Regardless of Trump. They want it. I don't know if they're careful what you want. I'm surprised it's that vast of a difference. Damn. All right, that's repetitive news. That's I don't know why they're reposting old stuff that we talked about earlier. What is this? Reuters. A commercial ship that was hijacked last week off the coast of the Gulf of Aden, that's off of Yemen, in Yemen, is now in the hands of Somali pirates. You're a target. You've always been a target. It's time to take care of the Somali pirates too. Let's just cleanse the whole fucking area. Excuse my language. Enough is enough. But that is breaking news in Israel on a lot of Israeli outlets. Several cities in Israel open public bomb shelters as tensions are high. I get what you're saying. They should have had an option for joining the U.S. strikes, but remember, don't have short memories. Iran contacted the mediators and the administration here. They were trying to control Israel through us. Israel must stop striking Beirut. Israel must stop striking southern Lebanon. Israel must do this. Israel must that. Oh, the deal is off. No MOU. And remember the president said, Netanyahu, Bibi, are you fucking crazy? Stop. Remember that? I don't think there's options here. I think the option is if the U.S. asks Israel to participate, that's the option. They do not want Israel involved in this at all. Because in the back of their minds, they still think a negotiation deal is possible. Just think about it. They still think a deal is possible. Though as low as it looks like right now, would anybody be surprised if all of a sudden a ceasefire is put in place and tensions calm down and they're going back to the negotiation table to meet? I say F no. Negotiations are done. They should have been done. I'm not dealing with them. That's just me, though. But it seems like that's still somehow, even Marco Rubio said it. Not a few days ago, while he was in the Philippines. You know what I mean? But would anybody here be surprised to hear the deal thing again? I ain't counting that shit out because I personally see no way, never, I'm doing a deal with Iran. Never! You see how I get all passionate and excited about that? Like, no way. No way. My opinion, also, U.S. doesn't want to have to relocate assets and area defense when Israel is struck repeatedly. I don't know what the effects of the Jordanian strikes have been by Iran. Remember, Jordan was a protective cover, too, of incoming. You got to remember, you know, the Israelis might say Iron Dome was effective, but there was layers protecting Israel on their way to Israel. It wasn't just Israel taking out these incomings. It was us and other assets in the region that were helping take out a lot of what was incoming that never made it. Charlie, it's our way or the goats. I mean, this is a serious situation, but I know Tusi, Greg the Goat, you know. IRGC has claimed they have 1,000 missiles set aside just for Israel. Do you think they're not saving their more higher technical advanced weapons for Israel? Israel is their enemy. That's the one they want to see destroyed. I would think they would save their upper tier level weapons for Israel. That's just me, though. All this other stuff going on right now, even though there is some signs of some technological upgrades on some of these missiles, probably be with the help of China and Russia, or both, or either. I don't know. God only knows. Oh, God. You got to see what they're putting up now. And this is like the shit that drives me nuts. Look, this is what they just posted. Iranian retaliation, July 23rd. That is today. U.S. facilities targeted by missiles and drones. They're claiming they target all this in Kuwait, Jordan, nothing in Bahrain. This is what they're claiming. Whenever they do this, it's lies, usually, mostly lies. But this is what they're putting out there. Right now. Just now. And you know, if you watch Steve, you see what some of the posts coming from the IRGC and others. The child-killing army of the United States and the enemy. You're negotiating with these people? No, I am not. What's up, Brian? That's why IRGC has been targeting that area and prep for they strike Israel, taking down the air defenses. That's what I'm alluding to, Diesel. I don't know many people are catching that. I don't think many people are catching that. They're trying to soften that layer, defense layer, into Israel. And of course, they're trying to strike our troops and our assets, our bases, of course. But there's more to that. Explosions in the Strait of Hormuz. That's been going on reported for the last hour, Will. But I'm not seeing any new updated info on that. I will say there's it's the same. Nothing unusual on Flight Radar out of the ordinary. I'm gonna get rid of Flight Radar. What's this? Oh, that's just a show. Oh, they're repeating it here. Now they're saying there was another attack. The Kuwaiti army, a second attack targeted the Abdali border crossing with Iraq this evening. Matter of fact, what time is it? I'll just say 2. 2 plus 7. It's almost, 9? It's like 9:15 in Iran? Something like that? Things are in motion that can't be stopped. Negotiations are just lip service. Countdown has begun. I agree with you, Cool Hand Luke. I agree. I think that it is in motion. I truly do. I think it's in motion. But again, maybe not. I think like 70% of the people in chat think that something's going to pop off soon. We may be all wrong. And they might be right. Maybe nothing happens. Just the typical love taps, love slaps. Look, I think at this point, if allegedly we've been degrading their capabilities near the Strait of Hormuz these past 12 days, that can continue, easily continue, and you keep hitting these targets that they've been targeting to decapitate as much as they can there, striking vessels. But I think it's time. But will bombs alone do it and make them capitulate, come back to the table too? Because believe it or not, let's not forget, anything we do in a major escalation is to try to bring the Iranians back to the table to negotiate. But from a weaker position for Iran. Remember that. At least that's their logic in this. I don't know. So remember that. This is all a prelude to them. If we were to whack them really hard, would they capitulate to maybe our demands? But that's how they're going to deem it. Surrender. Do you think Iran, at some point, if we hit them that hard, would? What would that take? That's the question. obliteration? Remember, they don't care about their people. They only care about their survival, the regime's survival. That's all they care about. They don't care about how it affects the people. No food, no power, no water, no medical, none of that. They don't care. Not even when it comes down to it, they don't even care about their own supporters, the people who support the regime. Because when the shit hits the fan, they're going to be thrown out in the cold just like everybody else. They're only going to worry about themselves. Survival. To the death, probably, for some of them. Most of them, maybe. And we've said that, Frank. They'll never keep it to. You can't trust them. They're playing the long game. That's what I said. No way. We will have to take them all out. Yes. And that's where, believe it or not, I truly believe the Israelis could get that job done. More than us. I swear to you, with the way that their intelligence gathering, and we share, but that is going to be one of Israel's main objectives, is to go after the regime itself, the cancer itself. And I'm with it. Again, just my opinion. Oh, they're still putting out this stupidity of flight radar. You know what that tells me? That tells me they're concerned that something's coming. That's what that tells me. I've never seen them put so many flight radar references. It's ridiculous. It's like they're starting to get a little spooked that they think something big is coming. Normally, you watch the behaviors. Negotiations will only take place with a new regime, not this one. This is about getting rid of the IDC from multiple inside and outside factors. It will only get ugly. I agree. 100%. That's true. Cool hand, Luke, on both of your comments. Georgia has millions of foot soldiers, intimate and woven in every fabric of the giant population. A lot of them are reserve. You know that, right? If the shit hit the fan, how many of them are going to report to duty? If absolute chaos and destruction is happening, and we're hitting the regime and the infrastructure and causing that much chaos. When shit, I mean, some of them are so radicalized, it doesn't matter. They die for the cause. They're jihadists. But I'm also thinking about my own life. Do I want to live? Do I want to be with my family? I guess at some point they have to make that decision. Do I die for this? Or do I think about staying alive and being with my family? I don't know if they even think about choices like that. You know? I get it, what you guys are saying. If IRG foot and armor useless without cover, that's the one thing. They are completely exposed. They are completely exposed. They don't have no air defense. Oh, these AAAs going off, trying to shoot drones. They have nothing. They are completely exposed. That is definite. That's why when people say, why is CENTCOM announcing stuff? What's Iran going to do to stop it? When the president said the other day, I normally don't say things like this, but I'm going to hit Pickaxe Mountain, and I'm going to hit it very hard, and I don't care if they know it's coming. Something like that. They know it's coming. It's the when. And they're also, when they say these things, they're monitoring them from Space Force or whatever other assets and looking for movements to see how they respond. In other words, they expose themselves. Do you know what I mean? Just a thought. Saudis have tactical nukes. Well, we went in this whole tactical nuke discussion. That opens up Pandora's box for everyone else to use them then as well. And I was, believe me, we were talking about this scenario where we drop precision bombs, bunker buster type bombs into like a shaft at an underground nuclear facility, followed by a tactical nuke to go inside, follow it. But think of that, the precedent it sets. Russia will be launching tactical nukes at Ukraine. You open up that Pandora's box, you are not closing it. That I don't think anybody wants to open that box, to be honest. And that was after a major conversation yesterday in chat over this. And they were right. I agree with the majority of what they was discussing in chat yesterday about this. I hope they bring out their old Soviet tanks. I was looking into that a few weeks ago about their old tanks. They have Chinese tanks too. CENTCOM setting them up for a swerve. Oh, we're done for the day. Then boom. I agree with that too. I agree with that. Because they are the pattern. They are following that. Also, the media supporters of the regime, as soon as it's announced, they post it. When the United States CENTCOM says it's concluded for the evening or for the day or whatever, they put that too. And it's like that pattern is out there for a reason. So they think that that's what we're going to do all the time, only to be surprised after we announce that it's over. Oh, surprise. No, it's not. Frank, I've been thinking about that too. All the U.S. planes over the Gulf are off radar. Of course, they're not going to expose, they're not going to have their transponders. They show what they want to show. Obviously, there's so much there. They shut their transponders off. You're not seeing it. That'd be crazy to do that. Though yesterday, for the first time ever that I noticed, in the region over the UAE, there was an F-18 flying over it. And I've never seen that. I see typhoons over Qatar, but they never take off. They just appear on the runway. They move around a little bit, but they never take off. And an F-18 too, in Qatar. But that's it. This one was flying around for quite some time yesterday. One. Never saw that before. Not there. But yes, protocol, Apex. No way. We're not going to see nothing. Yeah, we might see a fuel refuelers, Super Galaxies, C-17s, Atlas. You know the deal. That's not the true picture of what's really going on. There's a lot going on. It's like, are we going to show the B-1s with their transponders on going over Iraq into Iran? Really? You know? No. Yeah, those warthogs. I actually went to a museum in Utah, the Hill Museum, and I saw the warthog on display. That's one of my favorites. I was all excited when I seen the warthog in the corner. I was like, holy shit, they got a warthog here. Because I'd never seen that up close. I'm going to tell you right now, if you ever go to Utah, go to the Hill Museum. If you're an enthusiast about that, aircraft from the past and the history, it is badass. I have videos. I have a video for that. The old area and the newer area. And the ones they have on display outside. I have a picture of me under the, what was it, a B1? I don't remember what plane it was, but it was freaking awesome. I never been up close to something like that, and I'm like, oh my god, that thing is monstrous. I've been to air shows. I mean, I go to air shows all the time. I love it. My favorite is the F-35. The F-22 was impressive, but the F-35 was unbelievable. I love that. But if you gotta go to Utah, I believe it's to the north of Salt Lake City. It's by the base. It's right on pretty much on the base. Check it out. If you're into this stuff, you will love it. Fallout from nuke in Ukraine would go right back to Russia, depending on wind direction. You know? Deb goes, this is all a freaking movie. It is crazy. Down here in New Jersey, we can see them. The A-10 fire the gun at Warren Gun Range. I see, near me, I see a lot of the transport. C-17, stuff like that. Here. I see a lot of Black Hawks at times. You know, I see there's activity. But it's a National Guard base. Yeah, and that's true though. Nukes do make a lot of wind. But the fallout. How the wind carries the fallout. Uh-oh. What are they putting up now? They keep putting it all over that Israel has opened up the shelters. This is not a drill. Trump weighing the largest strike yet. This has been going on for quite some time through Israeli media that they're opening up the shelters. And after, the president spoke with Netanyahu, you have to wonder, by them opening up the shelters, does that indicate that the president is about to do something big to prepare the Israeli people? Giving, the government time to prepare? Because there could be retaliation from Iran against Israel? Could be. I don't know. It is something to think about. Wait a minute. What is this? I'm confused. Maybe the translation is wrong. A submarine belonging to the Revolutionary Guard and a Zulfikar missile system belonging to the Basij forces was deployed to Tehran's Azadi Square. What, for display? I guess. It ain't gonna work in the Persian Gulf. The submarine. I don't think they're gonna put that in the Persian Gulf anymore. Look at this. Check this out. I don't want to curse, so I'll just say, WTF is this about? Like, wait, what? I don't see any big crowds gathering. You know what I mean? But look at this. They got a submarine, a mini sub. People don't even look interested. There's a few. I think they feel pretty confident that those won't be targeted in a populated area to put them on display. That is crazy. Now that looks like something out of a fucking movie. And I'll say Austin Powers. That's just insane. Like, so what? What the hell is that? It needs mariachi music, yeah. Oh my God. What is that? Uh-oh, what's this? Oh. What? And I can't translate. I can't translate what it's saying because it's a video that was shared. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. I do have it. At the order of al-Johani, heavy weapons are being prepared to bombard Kurdish cities in the Syrian city of Hasaka under the pretext of fighting the Syrian Democratic Forces militia. So now they're threatening Syria.
خنازير قسد هاي هدية بقالية ما وراها جزية هسه عم حاملينها وصاحبينها هدية بقالة لقسد هديكم احتفالا لكم يلا حينا واشر.
Like, what the F is going on? You might want to come over and check a lot of us Americans what we have in our locked up storage areas. You think that's impressive? Come on over here. You'll see. Give me a break. I don't even know where the mouse song is. To be honest, I honestly don't even know where it would be on my computer. It would be too long for me to find it. Plus, I've been on. Oh my God, how long have I been on? For hours and hours. Is Tusi Tusi might be in the middle of his move to Southern Florida. You know, Steve. See, Steve watches the same accounts, or not this. Well, I told him about. Well, I didn't. I don't know if I told him about it. He probably knew about him already. He watches Vahid Online, which is somebody I watch. I watch these accounts like we're doing right now. The Telegram, and I'm not worried about not monetizing. I get automatically demonetized once I start showing this stuff. I'll get the email saying this video cannot be monetized and is blocked in some countries. I'm not worried about that. And I understand he has to be concerned about that because of what he does. And the monetary aspect of that. I get it. Totally. But he's not that. But he's also watching these accounts to see if there's any reports of that indicates that the U.S. is conducting their next strike. And Vahid Online is one of them. Because that's who I watch. And even yesterday, I told him, Steve, please check Vahid Online about strikes going on, whatever. I put something. Not that he's going to see it right away, but the others are seeing in his chat because he wants you to make sure you put your sourcing in his chat because I don't engage with that chat at all. It's just crazy. But I do want to get his attention, and they'll bring it to his attention at some point. So he's watching Vahid and others. And you start to see when Vahid starts saying, because I don't want to show you, but I can show you an example with Vahid. Vahid he's pretty credible. And he's also very careful what he posts. Let me see if I can find an example. And you'll hear him. Vahid is talking about a conversation going on that is accurate. Because he's getting reports from multiple people from reports coming from a certain area that such and such is going on. Vahid is putting that up there. So he'll see that. And then he'll say, oh, it might be time to go live because the shit is about to hit. Regardless if CENTCOM's releases out or yet, it doesn't matter. He's going based on the conversations that are happening. I'm trying to find one now, but Vahid posts a lot. But that's what I watch too. And I'm not going to come back live when everybody else is live. I'm watching what they're saying, to be honest. Okay, this might be one because it's going to take a while to translate to English. I'm going to go soon because I have to eat. I have things to do. I've been on for hours. Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you. This is an example. Oh, man. I might have to make this larger. Oh, shit. It's going to show all my contacts. I don't want to do that. I can't isolate it. But I'll just say... I'll do it like this. I'll go to Google Translator. Though I'm not a fan of Google. Translate. Text exceeds 1,000 characters. Oh, come on. ChatGPT? I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, it did work. Look, this is an example. So it'll come in Arabic and then the translation. These are conversations, received messages from people. Vahid, Bushir was hit very hard. Bushir, an extremely powerful explosion. My hands are shaking, the biggest explosion. Vahid, there was a very powerful explosion in Bushir just now, much more worse than the previous ones. 3:59 a.m. local time. Several terrifying explosions in Bushir. Look at all this. Bushir was just hit. The house shook. There's an incredibly loud noise. The sound was moderately loud, extremely loud, terrifying. Hit again. Blast was deafening. Powerful explosion, very close. House shook. You see? He's getting reports from people that are in the area. He just posted something. And I'm seeing that. So is Steve. And that's when he'll say, people are reporting to Vahid online of explosions in Bushir. That's what he's seeing. Like what I'm seeing. But I'm not going to come on live when everybody else is live. I'm going to watch them and relax for a change, sit back and observe. But that's an example on how you start to see indications that something's going on. Nothing confirmed yet. And he'll say it, unconfirmed, Vahid Online is posting. That's what it's about. Just keeping an eye on all the social media platforms and seeing what's being discussed. And Vahid has been on the money. I have not seen anything Vahid has posted that has been bullshit, to be honest. I can't remember not one. Oh, wait, whoa, what's this? He just posted this. It's a translation, of course, so I don't know if it's perfect. Fox News. Anchor is how he puts it. Let's take a look at some power plants and locations that we might be able to target. Lucas, when you look at these potential targets, where do you think we might strike first? And here's Lucas's response. Well, I don't know. If it would be the first target, but Damavan power plant provides 40% of Tehran's electricity. The Bushir nuclear power plant is probably not going to be targeted. The Russians built it, and they're still providing Iran with low enriched uranium. Anchor, because Lucas, we have to say that blowing up a nuclear power plant carries risks? Lucas, absolutely. The South Pars gas field is also located on the world's largest natural gas field. Israeli forces targeted on March 18th at the start of the war, and Iran responded by attacking a Qatari natural gas field. Anchor. If we want to send a message in the same vein that they're sending by attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, is that somewhere we should go after? Lucas, sure. It's a question of what Iran's response will be. We've seen Iran retaliate. Qatari natural gas facilities and UAE oil fields are the main concerns. Anchor. So if we hit a power plant, will they respond in kind? Lucas, absolutely. It's been tit for tat so far. One thing to note about the Israelis is they tend to overreact. That may be one of the reasons why Israel hasn't escalated the war further. Iran hasn't attacked Israel since early June. Anchor, what's your assessment on the way we're operating now? Do you think our response is proportionate, or could it be more proportionate? Lucas, our response is proportionate. The key thing is that the U.S. forces attacked Iranian bases after a U.S. base in Jordan was targeted, the same attack that killed 3 U.S. soldiers. Anchor, so that's the power plant we might target? That's the most important one. Let's go over to this side of the map. This is Pickaxe Mountain. Lucas, U.S. intelligence assessments are that Iran likely moves some of its enriched uranium from Fordow to Pickaxe Mountain a few days before the Midnight Hammer operation last year. Remember the satellite images of the trucks days before we hit it that were there and they were moving stuff out? Remember that? Some people thought that was bullshit. Is that the connection? The site is much deeper than the other nuclear facilities. It's also in the Zagros Mountains, and it's made of very hard dolomite rock. So it'll be very difficult to attack with airstrikes. That's one of the reasons why ground forces might be used. We brought this up too. Remember in the conversation yesterday or the day before? That we might have to use ground forces to go in and destroy it down below? In fact, such a mission would be for U.S. Special Operational Forces like Delta, the 6th Ranger Battalion, and the 24th Special Tactics Squadron of the Air Force. The risk is that no one knows exactly what's inside, that there are no technical blueprints of the inside of Pickaxe Mountain. Anchor, that's right. That's what we're saying. Luke, excuse me.
I thought you were doing stuff in there. You woke me up and everything.
No, Lucas, the International Atomic Agency, Energy, has never had access to this site. So we don't know for sure whether centrifuges and high-enriched uranium have been moved into Pickaxe Mountain, but the site is under surveillance. We've heard that President Trump said he would target Pickaxe Mountain soon. We've seen B-1 bombers flying out of the UK, and B-2 bombers took off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri for the same round-the-world flight that we saw in Midnight Hammer operation. Anchor. And Natanz has also been targeted, right?
Who's Tycho?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Lucas. Natanz has been targeted. Fordow and Isfahan have also been targeted. Those were the 3 sites that were targeted in Midnight Hammer operation last year. However, Pickaxe Mountain has so far remained untouched. Anchor. And now, as far as we know, the power plant provides electricity to 2 million people. Lucas, yes. And it's outside of Tehran. Lucas, if the president wants to send a message that is somewhat disproportionate, he would target the Damavand power plant. Again, the power plant provides 40% of Tehran's electricity, which is the electricity for the capital. The only question, do you want to cut off the electricity to millions of Iranians who sympathize with American values? And that's it. That all came from Fox News. That's what Vahid posted. That conversation.
Where's Kendrick?
Of course, that's just commentary on Fox that we always, you know how we have that when the host of the show is asking questions to somebody to bring on the show with expertise in the subject matter or whatever, and that's his commentary, his opinion or her opinion. But they're watching. That tells you they're watching. They're watching our media, and they try to gain like some kind of insight of what we're saying here, of what possibly could happen, like what we know that the president is going to decide to do anywhere. It's speculation, like anything else. Mom, I'm live. But they're just trying to get like some kind of an insight based on like mainstream media news coverage. You know what I mean? Single blast sound in Shiraz Fars province, Iran. You have, yeah, yeah, I agree. But again, keep an eye out. Like Smokey just put in there. If you guys really want to follow, if you have X, check out Shin. Check out Vahid online.
Really, so you saw Tycho?
Yeah, he's under your bed. If you want to like follow stuff, I would suggest you follow Shin and Vahid online on X. If you want to like keep an eye on stuff going on, possibly like US is doing something, because they're on top of it. Like I just read to you that I read you what the community. I would go with Vahid online, because like I said, it's almost in real time. Like he'll post this stuff 5 minutes later after it happened. Literally 5-10 minutes after it happened, he's posting. He puts the timestamps on it, locally, local time, everything. I hope she's not touching my cigarette tubes, because she has
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
tendency
tell you
to do
something.
that.
I could do anything I want.
Those are not cigarettes, okay?
But
Those are just
I'm
tubes.
not touching your
Okay.
cigarettes. You see? I am not touching your cigarettes. I don't even know what they
So, like I said, if you guys want to pay attention when people aren't online doing their podcast, and you just want to see what's going on, like try and observe the information as it's coming in, that would be my recommendation. And I'll put I follow him. He's fast. I'll be honest. I'm not seeing much on his posts on X. It's Telegram. I'm looking at his X account. It's Telegram. If you use Telegram, follow Vahid online. You'll find him. If you really want like to get up to date, like literally minutes, he will report it. Explosions in Keshem, or even, of course, in other areas, like in Jordan or anywhere else. He's quick. So if you have Telegram and you want to keep up on this stuff, the number one account that I would recommend to get information from, like to see what's going on, is Vahid Online. I'm like I said, his track record. So when you see people popping up online doing their podcast live, I'm telling you, Vahid Online is one of their sources that they know something's happening before even CENTCOM makes an announcement, an official announcement. They're already reporting about explosions here, 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 here. And I just read to you, and I showed you on the screen the translation. Again, that's just my own personal opinion. And I'm sure other people have other sources. Like a lot of people use World War III Monitor on X. There's many sources out there. But for me, and I'm being honest, straight up, I use Vahid. Like, you know the World War III monitor. Many of you know this if you use X. A lot of people go to World War III monitor. Look, this is probably when somebody put that in chat. Smokey, I don't know, but he said Shin. But World War III monitor put it up 4 minutes ago. See? Cuban Deputy Foreign Minister Al Jazeera. Look at this. A lot of Cuban things going on. I was talking about that earlier with the drill that happened, Operation Southern Spear in Venezuela. So here's another one. A lot of people use this for information. A ton. I'm just showing you examples. So there is ways to keep track of this. Smokey follows both of them. See? And I mean, this is a community. It's not like a secret. I need to not disclose who I follow so I get an edge over everybody else for information coming out. I don't believe in that bullshit. I believe in providing the sources for people to follow it themselves. It's not like I or others podcast 24/7. If people want to keep up to things when others are not doing what they do, well, there are ways that you could do it on your own, and many of you do. I'm just trying to help you on where to look. That's all. I'm not trying to undermine anybody else, what they use or whatever. I mean, they say it live. It's not like a secret, right? So that's why I'm telling you all now. Anyway, I need a serious break. I'm freaking out. How long have I been streaming? Over 5 hours? My gosh, I need to go. I got to take care of stuff here. Anyway, love to you all. Be well, be blessed, be safe. God bless our country, our troops, their families, our president, everyone around the world that seeks peace. And prayers for all of you. May you all be safe. Pay attention if you're an American specifically. I don't care where you are in the world. Pay attention to your surroundings like you always should anyway. It's not like it's any different from the past, but you should always pay attention. Stop looking at your phones and pay attention to the surroundings around you. And you, man, million, all of you in chat, have a great rest of your afternoon. And you know something's going to happen tonight at some point. But to what scale? We shall see. But pay attention, because it's already getting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10 p.m. in Iran. I'm not going to even make the joke. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where? I'm not going to do that. Because I don't want to tie the two together. It's not funny. But anyway, love to all of you. Be well, be blessed, be safe. Keep an eye. Pay attention. And God willing, this will be resolved one way or another soon. So we could all move on with our lives in peace for everyone. Anyway, I'm out.